for Africa by means of the Agenda 2023 30. And what we're thinking of here is that who will be the main actors of 2023? Who will be the beneficiaries of this achievements? Over and above, the main actor, so beyond classical education that has certain limitations in a world that is full of that is constantly evolving. And is our youth ready for this? So for us, it seemed necessary and urgent to think about the topic of the family and its indispensable role with regard to this developing Africa. Indeed, the family is very often perceived as the central pillar of society, a refuge where individuals are shaped and across whom attitudes and aptitudes are being adopted for life. However, this structure, which is so essential, is faced with a number of challenges in this current world and which is faced with instability. As described as a first civilian unit where values, norms, and behaviors are inculcated into the young generations, it is in this citizen unit where the Africa is being developed for tomorrow. And it is in this family where the young people are learning the notions of respect, of responsibility, of solidarity, and adopting the values and culture that are so essential for their future participation in societies and in political and economic life as well. The norms and values are varied from one culture to the next, and families need to navigate between various social expectations. If the family is involved in the constructing the citizen of tomorrow, it is not. It is faced with challenges of modern life, and to go beyond these obstacles, it is important to better understand the notion of the family, and as well as its continually adapt to economic, technological, and social challenges. The resilience of the family depends on its capacity to adapt and to evolve and develop by having the emotional, cultural, and mutual support structures that are part of the family.
It's not promoting a type of family that is unique. Adopt a universal vision will be dangerous and will tend to impose a unique family model based on Occidental standards, and that would also neglect the cultural diversity as well as the social structures of the family in Africa. Consequently, it is important to acknowledge, to respect, and to valorize the various family forms in order to promote an inclusive African society. Dear members of Parliament, you understand why it is important that the Pan-African Parliament should open a reflection on family in order to acknowledge its role and missions in the advent of a stable Africa that offers recognized values to the world. This joint workshop should enable us to strengthen or build our capacities in impacting the policies and programs of the African Union, and to launch the basis of a consultation aimed at developing a protocol on the African family. Before I end my remarks, I'd like to laud the commitment of our partners that are supporting us financially and technically. For as you are well aware, the standing committees of the PAP do not have annual budget. The committee has until now been able to organize various consultations for the draft model law, thanks to the program budget financed by the European Union on the African Governance Architecture Project. Dear colleagues, while wishing you a fruitful day of reflections, I'd like to thank you for your kind attention.
Merci.
I would like to give the floor now to my colleagues who are sitting here, the committee chairs, find out if they have any message to convey with regard to this theme and topic that we are going to discuss today. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll simply like to acknowledge the honorable members of the 4 committees that are participating in this workshop. As you are all aware, family is capital. If we want our children to grow in good conditions, they have to be immune. If they want them to be immune from scourges, family is cardinal in ensuring that our children grow up in the right manner. We are all aware that in our various states, everybody has their problems and concerns, and this workshop, I am certain, will enable us to identify the countries that are represented here this morning, the challenges that we are facing, as well as the social protection that would require, and then that will enable us in our respective countries to be able to improve the living conditions of our families. I'm not going to be too long. I'm going to give the floor much later to my colleague from Mauritius to tell us how it happens in regards to social protection. And I hope that this workshop will take place in good conditions, especially with the experts who have joined us this morning to share their expertise. And I can only wish that we can have the recommendations in the end that would enable us to develop proposals for our respective countries. So thank you, and I'd like to wish you a good day and fruitful deliberations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair of the Health Committee, now the Chair of the Committee of Justice. Thank you, Honorable Chair, for giving the floor. I'm not going to read what I had prepared, because due to time constraints. But in a nutshell, while adding to what the others have already said, I've realized that with the strengthening of family values in Africa, which is not a cultural imperative, not only a cultural imperative, but a strategic need to arrive to ensure protection. I see that while working together, we can develop a solid support system that would empower families, strength and cohesion, social strength and cohesion, and that would encourage sustainable development. Since this workshop will seek to identify exemplary family policies that can serve as a model in all member states by sharing the best practices, we can foster a collaborative environment in which efficient strategies will be adapted and adopted and implemented on a broad scale. On this note, I'd like to hand over to the Honorable Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair, the Honorable Chair of the Education Committee, if you have something to say. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, honorable members of Parliament. I'd like to add that we cannot talk about family without talking about education, because the basis of education is family. So when I look at the topics and the speakers that have to make presentations here, I think we can say that family is the basis, is the bedrock for a good education, because the quality of education hinges on the quality of the life of children in family. Another important aspect uh, in the committee that leading this seminar is equality. So in our families, regardless of the status of the child needs access to education. So we are expecting a lot from this seminar in order to reflect even further on issues of education in our respective countries in Africa. Thank you very much.
Merci.
Thank you. Now we are going to all start the first session of this workshop. It is based on the state of research and family policies in Africa. And to this end, we'll have two interventions. I would like to start with the intervention of Mr. Lofoko Kizama, who was in charge of social affairs in the African Union Commission since online, and thereafter we will have Professor Zita Mokomane Eshihia from the University of Pretoria. We're going to start with Mr. Lofoko because online. Do you agree? And then we'll come to Professor Zita much later. Mr. Lofoko, can you hear us?
Est-ce que la régie peut nous connecter?
Can we be connected to, the technicians connect us to Mr. Lofoko?
Tu vas l'écouter par
Oui, c'est
il n'a pas de raison.
Can you hear me, Mr. Lofoko?
Oui, je peux vous entendre. Est-ce que vous pouvez m'entendre?
joining us. Yes, you have the floor. Good morning.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Go ahead. Veuillez patienter. Donc, mesdames et messieurs, veuillez mettre vos écouteurs tous.
Thank you. Mhm. Merci, Monsieur Lefou.
Thank you very much. I would like you to recall that Mr. Lefoco is the senior social and welfare officer of the African Union Commission, and that he was unable to be here, so he decided to do his presentation online because he's recovering from an illness and he couldn't take the plane. Thank you, Mr. Lefoco. Before I give the floor to Mrs. The lady from the University of South Africa, I'd like to remember or underscore 4 points. The first point, you said 20 years ago, the African Union had adopted an action plan on the family, and that after 20 years on, you're going to update it and assess it. And you also said that it was important to define family in Africa as we understand it. And family was at the same time men, women, elderly, people with disabilities, well, children and young people. So the family is the bedrock of our society. You also underscore that education starts in the family. And you also urge members here present to be agents of change in their respective countries, since with the challenges that the family is encountering, it is important that in the continent and in countries, we should have a specific action plan for the family. Thank you very much. Right at this juncture, I'd like to give the floor. If you have questions, you can jot them down. And I think right now we're going to give the floor to Professor Zitha Mokumani from the University of South Africa. And after the two presentations, we can ask our questions. Professor, you have the floor.
Professeur, s'il vous plaît, est-ce que vous pouvez vous présenter parce qu'on n'a pas eu votre présentation? Can you introduce?
Professor, sorry, would you be able to introduce yourself?
Good morning. Am I audible? Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Zitha Mokumani from the University of Pretoria, Department of Sociology. My background is in demography, so you'll see what I'm talking. My background is basically in family demography, and that's what I'm doing as part of my research. So I'm really happy to be here, and I thank the chairperson and the co-chairpersons, and as well as Mr. Lefoco, because they've really made my job easy by setting a very good background on the importance of the family. I just had a few quotations there from academic sources and even from the former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan on the importance of the family. And I think you have all underscored that. So I really like the last point from the African Common Position on the Family, which says that despite variation and changes in its structure and composition, the centrality and indispensability of the family in Africa is unquestionable. And not really in Africa, everywhere, in every society. Like what has been said before, the family is the basic unit of society. I'm not a sociologist, but I'm not a psychologist, but I know that sometimes when you go and see a psychologist, the first thing is, tell me about your childhood, tell me how you grew up, and that takes you back to the family. And we'll hear sometimes when someone has died and we get the news, you'll hear that they passed away surrounded by their family. That really emphasizes the importance of the family. It's important from when you die until the end, always the family is there. So with regard to this last, the centrality and indispensability of the family in Africa, it has been indeed argued that traditionally Africa's development has been the result of the strengths of the family. Large families were traditionally a source of labor and an indication of prosperity. Extended families ensure that the less off family members were supported by the others who could. And within the family unit, the family ensured survival of other members and also resolve conflicts, crises, and adversity. So this is just to highlight. This centrality of the family has also been articulated in various international and regional instruments, beginning as far back as 1948, when the Universal Declaration of Human Rights explicitly defined the family as the natural and fundamental group of society that is entitled to protection by society and the state. And I think since then, this is just the definition that we always use, and you could hear in the opening session. At home here in Africa, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights also underscores this notion. The Charter was adopted in 1981, so this is just to emphasize the need. While the important role of the family in society has been recognized everywhere in the world, we still need to substantiate it and keep it up to date through research and comprehensive and effective family policies. And this is a quotation from Michaela Robila in a book on global family policies. And I think this really ties to the subject of the keynote address. So why do we do research? Like Mr. Lufuku was saying, families are complex. We know, we keep saying the family. What exactly is the family? There's actually no standard definition of the family. There are various forms. So they are complex, they form differently, they function in multiple ways. And every family is comprised of unique individuals that we need to understand. So sound research is important for understanding families. It's important to know who is in the family, what are the relationships between these members to one another, how are they spending time and sharing resources and so on. Research is also central to, because families are central to several decisions, roles, and responsibilities that have important implications for the well-being of family members and for society at large. Then family policies, on the other hand, are also important because they imply legal recognition. I'm not a lawyer, but I know there's someone who's going to talk about family laws here. So they need to be recognized. Government have to recognize them through developing them, implementing and monitoring and evaluation. So this is, I think, why the So it has been said that the plan of action on the family in Africa was adopted in 2004 as part of the 10th anniversary of the International Year of the Family. And I must say here that the International Year of the Family was proclaimed by the United Nations in 1994, and actually 2024 is the 30th anniversary of the International Year of the Family, and also the 20th anniversary of the Plan of Action in the Family. So this is a really an opportune time to look at the family, to say what have we attained in the last 20 years or in the last 30 years, and what can we do going forward. So it's a good time to take stock of what has been there. And like Mr. Lufuku said, Africa was the first major world region, and I think it's still probably the only major world region that has an explicit policy instrument on the family. So I think that's something that we should be proud of. And the main objective has been said that it was for the promotion, formulation, and implementation and monitoring of policies and programs to ensure the protection of the African family. In one of its strategic objective, the plan of actions also calls for strengthening rights-based research and knowledge-generating activities. So it's recognizing the importance of research and policy as well. So in terms of research, I want to say that at the time of the adoption of the plan of action on the family, key challenges that were facing the family in Africa really included high levels of poverty, inadequate social protection, low levels of education, I wouldn't read that, gender equality, rural-urban migration, which was not really well managed, poor sexual and reproductive health indicators, HIV, AIDS at that time was at its peak, and other communicable diseases like malaria and TB. So this formed, I could say that this formed in terms of family research in Africa, this formed kind of the research agenda over the last 20 years. That's what we've been really working on. And research has been taken from different disciplines, from demography, sociology, public health, from psychology, from law and things. So it's a lot. So I came across, as I was presenting here in 2020, there was a systematic review. A systematic review is where someone sits and just collates all the data or the evidence and puts it together. So there is a systematic review from demography, but also taking other fields into consideration, just to say what has been the family research focusing on in Africa. And this summary of the contemporary issues that the family research has been focusing on. One is family formation. Changes in family size, that has been a major, but changing nuptiality or marriage patterns, and we have recognized that Africa is one of the, even though fertility is still high in Africa, a lot of, there is what we call the fertility transition. A number of people, not a number, most of the people are now having fewer children than they used to have in the past. Southern Africa is leading that demographic, that fertility transition, but generally over the whole continent is doing that. And that has implications, a lot of implications. There have implications for care, for example, old age care. So my grandmother probably had 10 children and she could rely on them to look after them. Then my mother had fewer children, I have fewer children, and these children are also migrating, and I don't know who's going to look after me in old age. But in the past, we just knew that the family will be taking care of that. So these are things that we should consider, that people are having fewer children, these children are migrating, or people are also choosing not to have children. So we are seeing that fertility transition. We also see that a number of people are also, the age at marriage is also increasing. In the past, people got married at younger ages, and that gave them a chance to have more children. But we see that because of education, women's empowerment, the age at marriage is also increasing. And also in a lot of people are also, we also see a trend where many people in Africa remain unmarried. We have an increased prevalence of what we call non-traditional family forms like cohabitation, where people live together without married. We see a decline in polygamy. We see a high increase in single motherhood and female-headed household, child-headed household, and so on. Now, I'm just rushing through because I'll come back to this later. And the determinants of all these things are, like I said, declining fertility. Women's empowerment is playing a major role. Migration, we see a lot of migration. Urbanization, changing marriage patterns, and so on. And the outcomes are different. But what the research is also saying, that this has, one of the major outcomes of this is what we see in children's education, and I think one of the presentations will talk to that. Child survival and health, sexual and reproductive health, and poverty and resource allocation. So this is just a summary, and I'm going to come back to it. The review also showed some research gaps, even though we understand that there are family formation, the changing family structures, and so on. We still don't understand the specific family groups, the dynamics and dimensions of some family groups. Refugee families, for example. We also don't understand a lot about different forms of family violence. We have a lot of research done on domestic violence and intimate partner violence, but a lot of violence is also happening among older people, in-law violence for children, and this we kind of just dimly understand, and this is a research gap that we should focus on. The impact of technologies on family dynamics, non-traditional family, same-sex families, and parenting, blended families. We are seeing a lot of blended families where, because of high levels of divorce, non-marital childbearing, people sometimes get married and bring together children from previous relationships, what we call blended families, and that hasn't been accepted. And we know that face a lot. Father-headed families are also on the increase, and also people living alone, especially older people. And these are some of the things that we still don't understand. We also, most of the research that has been done is also using quantitative methods and not qualitative, where we go deeper and understand some of these things. And then most of it, like I said, is mostly from sociology and demography and not much more from my other disciplines. So these are the research gaps. Then with the policies, I'm not going to name, the point is not to name and shame any country, but just to say that there is limited number of countries that have explicit family policies, that have a document that you can say this is an explicit policy. In our research, we only recognize, and I would be really delighted if your country is here and has an explicit policy and you let us know, because we're just, countries like Rwanda, South Africa had white paper on policies in 2013, and in 2021 they revised it. There was one from Kenya and Ghana. This is what we can. If your country is missing, please see me after this week. And then we also saw a number of what we call family codes in many West African countries, like Benin, Burkina Faso, and Mali. And this. So why I'm putting this is that we have plan of action on the family, and only if this is the right thing, or 4 or 5 countries have it, then maybe this is something we should look at, because it means that it hasn't been uptaken in the way we had anticipated. But it doesn't mean that countries that don't have explicit family policies are not taking the family into consideration. Many of them also have what we call implicit family policies. They are not a document called family policy, but the issues around families, affecting families, are also put in either legislations or other policy document. For example, in Botswana, the Children's Act really does talk about families, the Marriage Act, and so on. The revised national population policy. Lesotho also has one. Zambia, Mozambique, and things, and others. Zimbabwe also has one. And you'll see that for all of them, I keep saying the dual legal system, and I'll tell you why I'm saying that. In West Africa, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, and these are, again, not to say these are the only ones, but I'm just trying to highlight this. Uganda and Tanzania, in Central Africa, Burundi and Gabon. And then, so overall, there is some form of recognition of the family, either explicitly or implicitly. But you'll see that in most of the countries that I showed, that both have plural legal systems, at least a plural legal system, where there is a customary law and a civil law. And these are often contradictory and affect the family system in a way. I'm from Botswana, and I did my PhD in the field of cohabitation, for example. Customary law in Botswana doesn't recognize cohabitation. Civil law does. So when someone is cohabiting, we find, and one of the partners dies, you usually find the children or the women especially facing a lot of legal things, because then there's that contradiction. You are recognized by civil law, by the thing. So a lot of socio-cultural challenges are faced by that. And most implicit family policies are also group-specific. It will be a policy for children or for older people or for people with disabilities. So if I have an older person in the family we depend on an old age grant, immediately the grandmother dies, it means that the family now falls into poverty. It also was clear that there is no very little, it seems that there is little stakeholder awareness. I was involved in the drafting of the white paper on the family in South Africa. And even though, and that was in 2014, 2012, even though the plan of action had been in place for a long time, very few stakeholders knew about the plan of action on the family. So that was a bit worrying. And I've seen that again in other African countries where I've been working. Monitoring and evaluation, is it there? And I think that's what I was trying to say, that if we have a plan of action and we only have 7 countries that have taken up the recommendations, maybe it's something we should look at. So my recommendations, I have just about 5 based on this presentation. One is just a call for investment in resources on family research. Urgent need to review the plan of action on the family, to apply a family impact lens to all sectors, recognize that the family is not always rosy, and share family research and policies from North Africa. I want to go quickly around this. With research, much of what we know about family is really, we are taking it from the global North. Very little research, or African has invested in research. That's why I was saying most of the studies that we are looking at were quantitative, based on things like the demographic health survey or the population, and we don't have resources to go really deeper to understand what is it. And I would really urge that it's important that we invest in this research. And this research must also adopt a decolonial methodologies. These are methodologies that really challenge the traditional hierarchical model of knowledge, where we just take knowledge from the North mostly, and we undermine our local knowledge and experiences. And I think that's very important. And there are a lot of African traditional or cultural practices that really enhance the welfare of the family, but that has been undermined by research from the global North, and we don't do that. We are seeing now high levels, to those from the Committee on Health will know, high levels of postnatal depression, and the research is showing that in the last, and this has been increasing because of some of the cultural practices, like when a woman gave birth, usually the extended family will be there, the mother, the mother-in-law, the aunts, the sister to look after the baby. But as the family is disintegrating, young mothers, new mothers don't have that. And you are 20, have a baby, you are discharged from hospital, and the baby is crying all night, you don't know what to do with it, and you fall into depression. And this is just an example. I could give more. Mixed method approaches, like I said. And then one thing that I also want to recommend is that our research should also try and adopt a strength-based approach. Our default when you talk about families is usually very pathological. It's about problems. We talk about gender-based violence. We talk about this and this and this and this. But we also, on the other hand, recognize that the African family is really resilient. So I think we must also try and see what is it, look at those stronger families and try to build from them, rather than every time asking what is wrong. And I said here that approach, a strength-based approach, is said what is right about the family, and maybe draw on that instead of always trying to solve problems. And it's not like we are not saying there are no problems, but maybe just a little bit of changing of the narrative there. So that's with research. And the plan of action, I was happy to hear that there are plans to review. It is 20 years now, 20 years old, and like I said, there were issues there that some of the issues that were there in 2004 are still there, but we have also seen some improvements. We see a lot of an increasing number of countries adopting social protection. Education is improving and so on. But there are also new things that have come and that has affected the family. The COVID pandemic is one thing that really played a major role. So I think we need to review it and look at to say, okay, in 20 years, what have we done in 20 years? Also a strength-based approach. What should we look at going forward, maybe in the next 20 years? So we could consider something like, as part of the International Year of the Family, the 30th international anniversary of the International Year of the Family, the United Nations is focusing on what they call mega trends and things like demographic changes, fertility, declining fertility. Like I said, since in the last 20 years, we have seen fertility decline. What does that mean for Africa? I gave an example of older care, but what other things? Migration. And how does that affect us in urbanization? Climate change, these days you can't say anything to talk about, and you just can't ignore climate change. This is one thing that's not in the current plan of action that we need to look at. Technological changes, that's a big thing and plays a major role in the family. It affects parenting, it affects roles now. Women are now able to work from home, or not even just women, parents are able to work from home. Parenting, I think I had some of my notes here were talking about telecommuting, division of labor, and digital parenting and how this is affected. So as we are reviewing the plan of action, consider the Agenda 2063 that we wanted, the Summit of the Future. The Summit of the Future is coming in September this year, and its aims is to accelerate meeting international commitments like the SDGs and things, and I think that those are the things. And next year they are planning the World Social Development Summit, which will be the first one since the one that was held in 1995. So it will be setting a new social development agenda. And as we are reviewing the plan of action, I think we should look at that. And one thing I can't stop talking about is in this new plan of action, we really should emphasize the monitoring and evaluation. It's one thing to have a document and no country, and we come 20 years later and we only find that 10 countries have adopted it. It's really not way. So we make sure that actually countries, we monitor and evaluate the adoption of this new plan of action. I also just want to say that one of the way, again, to make sure that the family is taken more seriously or is mainstreamed in everything that we do is to apply what we call the impact lens in all sectors. So here is a quotation that I really like, that most policymakers would not think of passing a law without saying what is the economic impact of this. The family lens encourages policymakers and professionals to also ask regularly, what is the impact of this policy, of this program on this practice for families? At the peak of the HIV and AIDS crisis or pandemic, when I was in Botswana, they used to have in every ministry, government ministry, what they call ministerial AIDS coordinators. And their role was just briefly to say, whatever policy, whatever program, whatever practice came, it will be what is the impact on this, on HIV. So I think if we have that, someone who always says, okay, if you are going to say that schools close at 2 o'clock, what is the impact on families? Recognize that parents are still at work, so who's going to look after the child? Because right now, we just do policies or whatever department, whether Department of Trade and Industry, Home Affairs, Foreign Affairs, what is the impact on this and families? And in this way, everyone is going to be forced in a way to look at that. So here it says that when economic questions arise, it is almost important to consult economists for economic data and research to assess the impact of the proposed action on selected aspects of the economy. Similarly, when family questions arise, policymakers and professionals should turn to family scientists for family data and research upon which to make an assessment of the effects of the proposed family. So here you are also integrating research, which is evidence. You are not just making policies without any research evidence. I've talked about a lot about the family, and the opening session also talked about a lot about the family. But as we are talking, advocating for the family, reviewing the plan of action on the family, we must also not put on just colored glasses and think that the family is all rosy. Here I said that blood is not always thicker than water. The family can also, in as much as it's important, we must also recognize that it can also be a site of exploitation and violence. A lot of painful events and experiences happen in the family. Think of widow abuse, in-law abuse, child abuse and neglect, domestic violence also happen in the family. So I think it's important that, so I just to say that sometimes we are so attached to the family that this quotation says that any scrutiny into the space of family is often met with resistance and doubt because someone says, no, the family is the way to go. But I think we must also take an objective look, so not all the time. And when can we must also recognize that it can be a site of neglect and things. Then finally, you might see that what I was presenting was a bit biased to sub-Saharan Africa. It could be a language thing or other things, but I think in the research that I've been doing, I see positive of research from North Africa, which is part of the African Union, and I think we really need to work together as regions to share research and policy lessons from that region of Africa as well. I'll stop here and look forward to questions and the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Zita. I think we are now going to open the floor for questions. But I really noticed one point that, attract my attention. You talk about fertility transition. And I think after your expose, after your intervention, I think we should also talk about family transition, because our families are really in transition. We have crises, we have challenges, and we need to find our own way in building our society. Thank you. Maintenant,
Now the floor is open. If you have questions, questions or comments, or anything you'd like to add, please feel free. Please introduce yourself before you put your question.
My name is Abdi Samata from Somalia. And the question is, the two presenters laid out for us quite an extensive panoply of issues. And I'm always curious about what specific successful agendas or practices in African families that might possibly become a model of the many problems that we have. Is there anybody who's doing research on successes of African families? For instance, at least in the old days, for those of us who grew up in the rural areas, there were kids from quite poor families who did incredibly well and became models for the entire village, for instance. So that may be just one example. So what are the kind of success stories in the African family, whether it's urban or rural, whether it's poor or rich, that might become sort of a source of inspiration and a model of practice? Thank you.
Thank you. Frida Prempe from Ghana. I also have two questions. The issue of a family system is multifaceted. We cannot roll down on it. We'll talk about the emotional support, the care and nurturing from our family system, the role model system, the economic system, the support system from our families. We have different dynamics in our different countries. Even back home in Ghana, within the Ghanaian system, we have different traditions, different cultures. How are we looking at the family system? Are we looking at it in its whole, as in the extended family system or the nuclear family system? Because in our part of the world, when you get married, you are married to the whole family system. So how are we going to juxtapose this when we're talking about bringing out good policies in our family system? Back home in Ghana, yes, we have a lot of policies and programs to support our family system. But how do we juxtapose this in terms of our culture and our traditions? The second one goes to Professor when she mentioned digital family system. Looking at our digital parenting system these days, everything is on WhatsApp. You have career women, career parents, everything is about digitalization. How do we really nurture our family traditional systems to ensure that we have good policies and programs? Because you cannot rule out education when we talk about the family system. You cannot rule out health when you talk about the family system. You cannot rule out the centrality. But how do we decentralize the family system to the minute system, where when we were growing up, we had the family bond. Even when your mother is not there, your aunties are there, your uncles are there, your neighbors are there. But these days, you don't really have the kind of traditional setup that we grew up to see.
So as we are seated here, back home in our various parliaments, even within our country system, we have different traditions, we have different cultures, we have different dynamics. How do we deal with the family system in terms of digitalization? And how do we deal with the family system in terms of the extended family system, in terms of our policies and programs, looking at our background in terms of traditions and culture? This is where I find some difficulty because we may not have the same dynamics in the same countries. Because in my country, for instance, when we want to install a chief, you have to go and ask, the gender plays a very key role. The women are supposed to bring out names. But in some parts of the world, it's the other way around. So our family system, I'm happy that we are talking about the mapping research and policy in Africa, but I believe we should be looking at it from different perspectives, different dynamics, and different cultures and different traditions. We should not lump them together that this is the way we want to pursue, this is the way we want to go, but looking at it from different perspectives. So thank you very much. I think I've made my points.
Yes, please. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the professor for the presentation. Mine is on the issue of our cultural methods. The professor said that a lot of our African cultural methods have been undermined by the Western research. But then what can we do as African countries to reverse that undermining? In the sense that I feel like even the organizations here in Africa have been manipulated by these Westerners through their research. I'm from the Kingdom of Eswatini, where we are culturally strong, but whatever we do is being undermined. We have a king who's polygamous, and polygamy is allowed in our culture. But that is being undermined. Yet, if you look at the family structure of a polygamous family, with us, it's more sustainable. And if you look at the monogamous, you find that they crumble. So, why? As my colleague from Ghana said, there are a lot of dynamics to this, and it depends on the respective countries. You know, you can't say that it's a one method fits all. So why don't we then? What can we do then to reverse what this Western research has caused in our societies, the disintegration to some extent? Thank you.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am Honorable Adelaide Borges, a medical doctor, a lecturer, and I'm from Angola. I have a question, but before that, a suggestion to make. Angola is one of the countries with one of the highest birth rates in Africa, 6.6% birth rate, and with a population growth of 3% per year. Our population is mostly young. We have about 64% of the population between 22 to 24 years of age. And this has made our country, with this rate of demographic growth, led us to adopt some strategies in the health sector, education sector, strategies also in housing sector. This because the demographic growth has been exponential. So we have a mostly youthful population. Now, currently, in the various city and constituencies, we are addressing the issues of honesty and values to preserve the values within the households. Because with this youthful population, the birth rate, especially in urban areas, is extremely high. And this population growth is not followed with the other areas of sustainability from the government. So currently, our country has had for 4 years a program called the Kuenda program, and this aims to help vulnerable households. 80% of these households are led by women. So this support to these households aims exactly at empowering them economically so that they can have sustainability for the education of their children. What I would like to hear from you, well, to say that this program is funded essentially by the World Bank and also partly funded by our national resources. We now have over 300,000 households being supported throughout the country. But from what the professor said, that in the past, the families used to be expanded families. We had many children, many grandchildren. Now we're faced with these issues. We have expanded families, but young people with young children, where this way of the old family unit is being disintegrated. So what do you advise from your demographic studies? What do you advise for in terms of policies? What do you advise for us to put in place as policies, taking into account that now at urban level, these are small households with 2 or 3 children. In the rural areas, these are large households, and then we're faced with lack of schools. Not all children can go to schools. The levels of poverty also. So it is indeed an exponential demographic growth. So from your demographic studies, what other policies should be implemented to improve? Because it's not easy to have such large families, which was the norm in Africa, and is now being reduced to this smaller family unit with 2 or 3 children maximum. I would like to hear from you what experience you have and what policies would you advise in this regard. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you.
شكرا. يسري بويب من ترحيب لازم بمقامكم.
اوكي تفضل. نعم.
Sí.
It's okay.
Please.
Okay.
بعد الترحيب بالجميع. ما فيش. شنو الحل؟ نعم. Can you hear me now? Okay. After welcoming everybody, I want first of all to make a small conclusion. I want everybody of us to look around in the hall. We conclude that big importance of the presence of the women in the hall today. This indicates that our African continent was able to upgrade the presence of women in Africa. Women are heading the meeting. Women are presenting different conferences. They are journalists. They are parliamentarians. They are covering the event. They are interpreting. They are in all fields, in management and everywhere. So We cannot deny this important advance that Africa has realized in supporting the role of women and for the importance empowerment of women. I don't know why are we having problems in identifying the thing politically. Now, the family in Africa, in this young continent, it is a danger to the old continents. So the only war that we gained was the demographic war. This demographic war, in spite of our weak economies that could give the impression of a weak aspect of this victory, but this war, this demographic war, is of course worrying a lot the other Western and developed countries, and I believe this a victory. And if we have big economies, we would be speaking about a huge gain of the African continent. So this is due to the resistance of the family and the African family specifically. So we came from our countries. We were produced by our families, from our societies, and we have the right of living. And I hope that the next sessions would be working on the men's rights. I'm just joking. So I'm speaking about the Tunisian experience. Tunisia lived a very important change in the rights of women, and this in the laws giving more rights for women in order to allow for the family and so the political contribution and the increased number of women, education also to have more women in the higher education, and also fighting against violence, and also to combat all types of distinctions. So women in the Tunisian experience will have a national program for work, and we have a national program in order to empower women in the agriculture, and we have a national program for the mothers of children that may be dropping out, and also for different women suffering of family violence. So looking for the mechanisms in order to maintain the family and to empower women. We have traditional facilities due to the role of the family, and also we have to try to have legislation by trying to adapt the laws to international criteria and the control of the implementation of such legislations, and also through the different sessions we are increasing knowledge, and our role is the political pressure, and also contributing in international reports in order to achieve all this. Ladies, I did not hear about the role of the civil society in this field. The civil society has an important role to enhance women's rights and to increase awareness through a better understanding of women, and increasing the capacities, destroying the leadership and the representative women, and providing a better understanding for laws related to the rights and how to defend them. Those are among the recommendations, and thank you all.
Microphone, please. If you allow, we're going to give the floor to Professor Mr. Foucault to answer the questions that have been put to him. Thereafter, we're going to move on to session 2. You can always ask your questions, but you will need to start session 2. Before Professor
Zita comes in, I would like to reassure each and everyone that our objective today is not by imposing a family model. Our aim today is to say, underscore the role that a family has to play in training the human being with regard to Vision 2063 of the African Union. How can we have a voice? How can we find a voice? Not to copy. We have an environment that is different. We have different cultures. Like I said in my preliminary remarks, we're not here to impose a family model. It is our duty to seek the kinds of family model that is convenient to us for the development of our continent. So without prejudice to anything. So I would like to give the floor to Professor Zita. And Mr. Lofoko, if you're online and you want to make your contribution, you can do so after Professor Zita. Thank you.
Chairperson, and thank you really for that last comment, because that's exactly what I was going to say that there is no one family system. And I did say in my presentations that families are complex. They function differently, they are formed differently. So there is no one family model that we can say this is the best one. So actually even there's no standard definition of the family. When you work with the UN and I think even the African Union, you don't have a definition of the family. It's really broad, and whatever you do for the family, should be culturally sensitive and context specific. So I can't come here and say this is the model that is to come. That's what I say. And the first question was about the models of success. Still, again, we don't have a model of family. But in my recommendations, one thing I said, like when we do research, probably look at also a strength-based perspective, not necessarily to come up with a model, but to say what are some of the things that families have been successful or have been enhanced through. And that's what I was talking about when I was saying adopting a strength-based success. The question was, has anybody done it? Not really. That's why it's a recommendation for research. So it will be good to take that one up. There was a question from Ghana on the family system. I think I've talked about that. Digital technologies, also I've put that in the recommendation. Technology is really advancing, and I was basing this on the plan of action. 20 years ago when the plan of action was adopted, technology was not such a big thing in this, and wasn't affecting families and parenting in the way it does today. That's why even the UN in its recommendations for the 30th anniversary put this as a mega trend to say that going forward, let's talk about this. So it's also a recommendation for further research. And at this point, I don't have the answers, and I don't think anybody has the answers. I hope we can come back in 5 years and say, basically, this is what is happening. It's a recommendation. On decolonial methodologies, the question was also, what can you do? Again, it was a recommendation, but what I would really urge, I don't know to what extent this is possible, but for governments, African government, to invest in the research themselves, to give money. So if you are getting, most of the funding that we get for family research is from the West, and I really, in all fairness to anybody, if someone is giving you funds, they set their own agenda. I can't say, here's $10 million, do whatever you want with it. I'll say, do this and this and this. And if for us as African governments think that the family is important, I think it's our responsibility to find the funds to do research that to support African researchers to use decolonial methodologies and bring out that evidence. Otherwise, we are doomed, so to say. So that's what we can do. And the question about the fertility transition in Angola and what was said is really normal. You talk about the difference in rural, urban, and that's a standard thing. And really, fertility, one of the determinants is things are like education, the social determinants will be education. And there's a saying in demography that development is the best contraceptive, if you want, really. So you are not going to force people to do anything. So even, and people in Africa, again, that's what they call, or not people in Africa, any woman, any father, any parent, or anybody who has a child, actually, if you sit down with them and they know why someone knows why they had 10 children. They know why they decided not to have a child or why they decided not to have 3 children. People actually do think about these things. So if I live in a rural area and I don't see how I'm going to survive in old age, my only thing what we have there, so the old age security, let me have 10 children. And people implicitly recognize, for example, when there's high child mortality, that if I have this high, very few children make it to adulthood, so I'll have 8 children so that if 5 die, I'll have the 3 to look after me. But if there's development, you know that there's high child survival, why do I need 10 children? Because I know the 2 or the 1 that I have will survive. If I have sufficient social security or social protection, why do I need 10 children? Because I know in old age I'll have sufficient social security to care for me. If I am a woman and I have a job and I want to care, why do I have to have children? So those are the things. So generally, all I'll say that development is the best contraceptive. I also take another theory from demography that high fertility is always not necessarily bad. It's really the allocation of resources that come to play. Otherwise, if it was high fertility, I think countries like Botswana, Lesotho, Namibia will be the richest countries in the world because we have 2 million people. China and Japan will be the poorest. But those that have much higher fertilities, but it's just because of the resource allocation and the better. So we must also looking at that to say high fertility is not always a bad thing. It's more about the allocation of resources and how we distribute it. Thank you. Oh, and the last one took that as a comment. Thank you.
Okay. On peut. Oui, mais il y a une traduction qui parle. Ça grince plus là. Oui, mais
Non, tout va très
mais
bien.
qui
C'est
parle
juste que vous
actuellement?
avez mis votre téléphone à côté du micro,
Ok.
je crois. C'est pour ça que ça grince.
Allô? Oui, ça va mieux.
Merci.
Monsieur, oui, monsieur Le Foucault.
Le Foucault? Monsieur Le Foucault, you have the floor.
Très bien. Donc,
D'accord. Merci, monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Foucault. At this juncture, I would like to wrap up with this session by saying that the world is evolving and it's evolving rapidly. And in this evolution, each and every one of us we need landmarks and pillars. And family, it's a landmark for us for building or tomorrow's African. But the family is moving and it's changing and it's undergoing crisis, and we need to find our voice to achieve this family that will be an element of stability for each and every one of us. And to this end, we need to encourage research, but in all the policies that we're going to undertake and that we're going to propose, the framework laws and so forth that are going to be written, they need to be written as landmarks that will enable everyone to use it as a base, a basis for us, a landmark for us as Africans, not for others. So what I'd like to propose now is that we should break for 10 minutes. Everybody goes and take their tea or coffee and then come back and sit on the table, and then we're going to move into session 2 that is related to the report on national legislations on families. So we have a 10-minute break. I think the coffee is served over there. Thank you.
Si les honorables.
Dear honorable MPs, please could I ask you to take your seats again? Dear honorable members, please may I ask you to take your seat again? We are going to start again.
Merci.
Thank you. We are now going to start session 2, which will provide an overview of national laws on family. And for this session, I would like to invite Madam Deborah Nyokabi, who is a lawyer at Equality Now, and to present us a report on the status of family law in Africa.
Thank you for the floor, Honorable Chairperson. I'd like to request the technical team to assist me to project.
En attendant que
While we wait for the technician to arrive, were there any burning questions to Professor Zita, a question that hadn't been posed or asked before? Yes, please go ahead. Could someone ask Professor Zita to take a seat again, because there is a question for her? Please go ahead.
The question of moral or morals of successes, if we don't have an image or a sense of what success looks like in variety of contexts in our continent, then we really have no guidance as to what might work for the different communities in our continent. So I think it's something that we need to figure out, whether it's the urban setting of Angola that my colleague was talking about, whether it's Johannesburg right here in sort of South Africa, or in rural sort of Niger, for instance. We need to have that sense of what they look like, what works for these communities and their families. Out of that, we can get a sense of the larger picture. That's the first thing. And I would like to recommend something to the committee here. I think if we understand the Tunisian case, Tunisia had a very long, progressive legal history of the family. And I think if we can sponsor a paper for next year on this group, we will learn a great deal from Tunisia, I think, for many other communities across the continent. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. Honorable member, I think that the recommendation is that we should do more research to, in fact, highlight or underscore all of the aspects that have worked well. And I would like to ask our friends from Tunisia, and I would even say from North Africa, to do some presentations on this in this regard, because of course this is what represents Africa, isn't it? And it's what enriches Africa for us. Now, could I now give the floor to Madam Deborah Niokabi? I think the presentation is on the screen. Please, could you introduce yourself first?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for the floor. Good morning, honorable members and distinguished delegates. My name is Deborah Niokabi. I'm a lawyer with Equality Now. Equality Now is an organization that works for a just world for women and girls in Africa, but also across the globe. So I'm going to proceed with my presentation on the key findings and recommendations of the status of African family laws based on a report that we released in May 2024, which is last month. This is just an outline of the presentation. In terms of background, this research was necessitated by the fact that there can be no equality in society without equality in the family. Yet, as we look across our continent, we find that discrimination in the family continues in both law, practice, and policy. In terms of the methodology, we used a qualitative methodology and used a lens of intersectional feminist theory to ensure that all women and minorities were included in this study. We also reviewed primary and secondary resources, as well as conducted surveys and key informant interviews in the respective countries featured in this report. And we also talked to women and girls who've gone through some of these experiences to document lived realities. In terms of the scope and parameters, of course, as we know, Africa is very big. We couldn't cover the whole continent, so we started with 20 countries based on the geographic criteria of the African Union, as well as language considerations. And this research took place between April 2022 and December 2023. I'd like to clarify that it's not a definitive representation of the laws in all the 20 select countries, but rather it's a selection of some laws to share a general perspective and a general overview of the trends in family law reform in the continent. If we look at the normative framework, we have the global treaties as well as the regional treaties. In terms of the global treaties, we have the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, which most member states of the African Union have ratified. And it has all these articles talking about equality in marriage and family, as well as the non-discrimination. The committee that monitors the implementation of the CEDAW also has issued various instruments to interpret particular articles, and there's a general recommendation on elimination of discrimination, adding GBV, economic consequences of marriage, family relations and dissolution, as well as equality in marriage. At the regional African level, we've of course developed our own human rights instruments to contextualize the issues that women and Africans go through. We have the African Charter, whereby Article 18.3 calls for elimination of discrimination against women and other minorities. We have the Protocol on the Rights of Women in Africa that we abbreviate as the Maputo Protocol, and it has various provisions speaking to equality in the family as listed there, and it goes over and above to include even components, for example, on widows' rights and elimination of female genital mutilation and child marriage. Again, we have the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, whereby Article 21 of that charter calls for elimination of harmful practices. Further, the bodies in charge of monitoring these treaties, being the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, ACHPR, and the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, have developed general comments to guide member states on how to implement some of these obligations, such as ending child marriage, protecting women against HIV, the rights to sexual reproductive health, the right to property during separation, divorce, or annulment of marriage, and most importantly, at the level of the regional economic communities, we've seen the South African Development Community Parliamentary Forum enact a model law on ending child marriage. And therefore, our research contextualized the practice in member states versus the commitments made in all these international and regional laws. In terms of the countries that we selected for this study, based on the data and information available online, the status of family law reform, as well as the presence of our partners in those countries. In Northern Africa, the report focuses on Algeria, Egypt, and Tunisia. In Central Africa, it focused on Burundi, Cameroon, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. In Eastern Africa, it focuses on Ethiopia, Kenya, South Sudan, Sudan, and Tanzania. In Southern Africa, it focuses on Angola, Botswana, Malawi, Mozambique, and South Africa. And in Western Africa, it focuses on Cote d'Ivoire, Nigeria, Senegal, and the Gambia. In terms of the issues discussed, we have included aspects such as legal pluralism, which refers to the existence of civil law alongside customary law and religious law in Africa, child marriage, barriers to registration and legal recognition of marriages, polygamy, gender-based violence within the family, including aspects such as domestic violence and marital rape, as well as unequal divorce, child custody, and matrimonial property and inheritance regimes. So like we said, we featured a few case studies. I'd like to request us to listen in to this one. Is it audible?
No.
I can't even access this one.
You should have told me I want to do audio. You can't do audio.
Okay.
Open Zoom.
It's not opening. All right, I'll skip the audio. Yeah, but basically, this is a case about Fatima. It relates to divorce processes in Algeria, whereby if a woman initiates a divorce, she may have to compensate the husband in certain circumstances. In Malawi, child marriage continues to be a big problem. It has been recently outlawed, but it still continues, and girls such as study are then not able to access education, and they face a lot of psychological trauma and missed opportunities in life. So in the next phase of my presentation, I'll focus on the issues, challenges, and the key recommendations. As I pointed out, in Africa, we have legal pluralism, whereby we have civil law systems existing alongside customary and religious law systems. For instance, we find this in the Democratic Republic of Congo, Ethiopia, Kenya, Mozambique, South Sudan, and the Gambia. In certain contexts, it's only customary law which applies since they do not yet have any formal law, and that includes countries such as South Sudan, while in some countries, it's only religious laws that apply, for instance, in the form of Sharia in countries like Egypt. What this does then is that it results in continued persistence of harmful customs such as child marriage, forced marriage, wife inheritance, as well as leaving women sometimes trapped in abusive marriages because of practices such as loss of property upon divorce, loss of custody rights, and even repayment of bride price in some contexts. So as parliamentarians, the key recommendation would be to amend or enact laws to ensure, in as much as we value our custom and religion, that we only apply those systems to the extent that they are consistent with regional and international human rights standards, of course, based on the treaty that each country has signed or ratified. The other recommendation is to ensure that there's consolidation of these different family law reforms so as to promote a positive religious and cultural context, because then when we have fragmented systems, there are gaps in protecting especially women in customary and religious marriages. In terms of child marriage, this being the AU Year of Education, it's very concerning that this is a practice that persists in a lot of African countries, but nevertheless, there is a lot of progress made in this regard. We see countries such as Cote d'Ivoire, Democratic Republic of Congo, Mozambique, the Gambia, Egypt, Kenya, and Malawi have actually enacted laws to ban all forms of marriages for girls and boys under the age of 18. However, in some countries such as Angola, Algeria, and Tunisia, the age of marriage is set as 18, but then there are certain exceptions that can be made based on customary or civil justifications before a chief or a magistrate or a religious leader. And then in very concerning circumstances, some countries allow girls to be married at lower ages than boys, and this includes countries such as Cameroon, Nigeria, Senegal, South Sudan, Sudan, and Tanzania, where we find that boys can only get into marriage at the age of 18, but then for girls, some can get married at ages 15 to 16, which then results in discrimination, as was pronounced by the Tanzania High Court in a case that you cited in the report, that the minimum age of marriage for both girls and boys should be 18. In terms of challenges, even where we have absolute bans, child marriages are still persisting because there is low enforcement of laws. And then sometimes there is backlash on grounds of culture and religion. So some activists and even MPs may not be willing to pass these laws because they fear what may be said by society. Key recommendations is to enact or amend laws to set 18 as the minimum of marriage for all forms of marriage, including civil, religious, and customary. Then promote the registration of all types of marriages, because if these marriages are registered, we'll be able to weed out child marriages. And then provide sanctions, penalties, and mechanisms to enforce the prohibition of child marriage. For instance, Malawi banned child marriage, but then it has not yet enacted a law to criminalize the same. And this leads to the persistence of that practice. In terms of another key challenge when it comes to marriage identified in the report is that there are a lot of barriers to registration and recognition of marriages. Most countries actually recognize civil marriages without recognition of customary and even religious marriages, but we are seeing progress as countries such as Algeria, Botswana, Ethiopia, Kenya, and South Africa do recognize customary marriages, and South Africa goes an extra step to even recognize civil unions of opposite sex partners. So a key challenge here is when it's only civil marriages that are recognized or registered, it means women in customary and religious marriages are less protected and thus experience a lot of precarity, especially when it comes to matters such as succession, inheritance, or even divorce. Partners in cohabiting unions are also sometimes not recognized in some countries, and then also that denies them the rights that are accorded to spouses. So in terms of key recommendations is to enact or amend laws to promote registration of all types of marriage where possible, ensure equality in civil, customary, and religious marriages, as well as promote legal recognition of civil unions, permanent life relationships, and cohabitation unions. I think as Professor Zita explained, we are having a lot of changing family dynamics, and it's important to accord them legal recognition, of course, based on cultural context and country dynamics. In terms of polygamy, I think our brother from Eswatini prompted this. It's one of the contentious practices in marriages in Africa, but then also there is a recognition of the cultural aspect and different regimes by different countries. There are countries that have moved on to declare strict monogamy, so they do not recognize polygamy at all. These include countries such as Angola, Burundi, DRC, and Ethiopia. Then there are countries that only recognize polygamy in customary and religious marriages, such as South Africa, Mozambique, Cote d'Ivoire. And then there are countries that fully recognize polygamy, mostly in customary and religious marriages, but also even in civil marriages, such as Sudan, Senegal, Egypt, and South Sudan. Key challenges is that then, since most of our laws are structured around monogamy, women in polygamous marriages are not protected. There's also a lot of issues regarding the economic well-being of such families, particularly in rural areas, in the best interest of the child because of that competition dynamic that occurs in polygamous families. So key recommendation, and this is guided by Article 6 of the Maputo Protocol, is to encourage monogamy as the preferred form of marriage and to protect the rights of women who are already in polygamous marriages. In terms of gender-based violence, we usually do not really contextualize it when it's occurring in the context of the family, and this is where it is usually more prevalent. The report focuses on two key issues, being marital rape and domestic violence. Of course, we have some encouraging success stories where we have countries that have comprehensive laws prohibiting violence against women, including domestic violence, and this include Malawi, Mozambique, Nigeria, and the Gambia. And then in some countries, there are no sufficient laws that even recognize domestic violence as a form of GBV within the family, and this includes Senegal, the Democratic Republic of Congo. And then the area of marital rape is really contested. Some countries do not prohibit it, such as Algeria, Kenya, Sudan, and the Gambia. But then in terms of success stories, we also have countries that explicitly criminalize marital rape, such as South Africa, Mozambique, and Cote d'Ivoire. So the key challenges is most countries have not conceptualized the exclusion of the applicability of the offense of rape to married couples, and yet there is need to do so because domestic violence is not only physical violence, it includes also sexual violence and economic violence. And then we've also seen in recent cases, a lot of cases of intimate partner violence where women are murdered in their homes in this offense of femicide, which has become really concerning as Africa is leading in terms of statistics when it comes to femicide, as well as where countries have successfully enacted laws, there is limited budgetary allocation for implementation. So the report recommends that countries enact or amend laws to explicitly criminalize marital rape and remove marital exemptions or defenses, enact laws to criminalize violence against women, specifically including femicide and domestic violence, as well as establish emergency response mechanisms and survivor support centers so that there can be recourse, holistic recourse whenever such cases happen. The next issue that the report looks at is divorce. In terms of success, we see countries like Angola, Burundi, Cameroon, and Mozambique have enacted laws to guarantee equal rights to file for divorce. But then there are countries, for instance, as I had mentioned, Algeria, in the event a woman seeks a lawful divorce, where she does not have to prove the conditions, she'll have to pay financial compensation to the husband. And that also applies in the context of Sudan and Egypt. So this really makes it hard for women to seek divorce in those countries. And then there are issues where countries have imposed time limits for remarriage of women after divorce, but then these time limits are not applicable to men, it's just to women, and this include Cote d'Ivoire, Democratic Republic of Congo, and Senegal. So the lack of equal divorce rights results in challenges that keep women in abusive marriages, and therefore it's crucial to grant women equal rights to petition for a divorce, ensure equal property rights upon divorce, and particularly ensure that separation, divorce, or annulment is only effected by judicial order, and then remove time limits for remarriage and other gendered barriers that make it difficult for women to exit abusive marriages. The other thematic area covered is child custody. Good practice emerges in countries where both the father and mother are granted equal custody rights, such as Angola, Botswana, Burundi, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire. But then we have another concerning practice where, based on the gender stereotype of women as caregivers, custody is automatically granted to women but not to men, and this include Egypt, Sudan, Tanzania. And then there are countries where legal guardianship can only vest with the father, no matter the circumstances. And then this alienates women from their parental rights. And this includes Senegal, Algeria, and Sudan. And also another bad practice is the existence of discriminatory laws where the mother loses custody in case she remarries upon divorce. So the key recommendation there is to grant equal custody and legal guardianship rights based on the principle of the best interest of the child, as well as repeal clauses on loss of custody rights in case of remarriage. When it comes to inheritance, there's a lot of deprivation in the continent, particularly of widows, because of lack of equal inheritance rights. But there are good practices in countries such as Botswana, Kenya, and the DRC, since they have recognized equal inheritance rights. But there are unequal inheritance rights in customary practices, for instance, in countries such as Nigeria, as well as unequal inheritance rights for girls and women as compared to boys and men in countries such as Algeria, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, and Egypt. The consequences of lack of equal inheritance rights is that disinheritance continues, and this is beyond being a legal issue. It's a social-cultural issue because sometimes, even in countries where the law guarantees equal inheritance rights, disinheritance still continues of widowers and surviving children. There are also different inheritance regimes based on religion, as well as lack of laws regulating succession in some countries, or succession laws that only recognize some types of marriages but do not recognize others. So the recommendation there is to ensure equal inheritance rights for girls and women, including harmonizing customary and religious laws with human rights standards, and then safeguarding widows and widowers from family members looking to disinherit them, as well as eliminating harmful practices such as wife inheritance. The division of matrimonial property upon separation, divorce, or annulment continues to be a thorny issue. There is progress in countries such as Malawi, Kenya, and South Africa, which have equal matrimonial property regimes, but then unequal matrimonial property regimes continue in most of the continent, with examples in Sudan, Nigeria, Burundi, Cameroon, and Egypt. Of course, the lack of equal division when it comes to matrimonial property emanates from cultural and religious practices, but also the lack of recognition of the role women play from the home, including the indirect and non-financial contributions that they bring to the home through duties such as child rearing and managing the home. So there is need to review laws to ensure that the equal right of women to matrimonial property, even in religious and customary marriages, is recognized and protected, and then that indirect or non-financial contributions, including domestic labor and care labor, are also recognized when calculating the portion that a woman is entitled to, and protecting the sanctity of the marital home in divorce, annulment, or separation procedures to ensure the well-being of mostly the children, so that they are not destabilized by these processes. So in terms of what we can see as an overview in the continent, is that the quest for gender equality in the family still remains a mixed bag. There are some successes, there are some setbacks, and there's some stagnation. So there is need for urgent reform, because when we have this discrimination in the family, as the professor here said, the family is not always rosy. We have cases of physical pain, emotional distress, and even death when we have spouses or partners killing each other in the home. So the recommendations would have to the Pan-African Parliament, as well as members of parliament at the national level, is to call for universal ratification, domestication, and implementation of the protocol to the African Charter on the Rights of Women in Africa, the Maputo Protocol. So far, we have 45 out of 55 countries that have ratified these countries, and we have 10 to go. And the impact of this protocol is also being limited by reservations that have been placed on, for instance, Article 6 on equality in the family and marriage. And there is need for these reservations to be lifted so that member states can enact laws that fully protect women. There's also need for parliamentarians using their power to summon ministers to monitor the implementation of progressive regional and national judgments on family law reform. For instance, we have a judgment by the African Court that declares unequal ages of marriage for girls and boys in Mali as a human rights violation. That was done in the case judgment was made in 2018, but up to date, Mali has not reformed its laws to fulfill this judgment. This is similar to the case I've highlighted in Tanzania also, whereby the government is supposed to streamline its laws to ensure the minimum age of marriage for boys and girls is 18. So these unimplemented judgments continue to hamper full effectiveness, and Parliament can play a role in monitoring the implementation and also reforming legislation when courts order the same. A model law at the regional level is key, as it can help to domesticate the Maputo Protocol and harmonize the regional standards that have been created, for instance, by the Southern Africa Development Community Parliamentary Forum, as well as the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. And really, a model law can also deal with emerging issues like what is happening in the digital space. There is need to enact progressive family laws at the national level and expedite stalled family law reform registration at the national level. In some of the countries that we've engaged in, such as Ghana, Uganda, and Cameroon, there have been amendments on full new family laws or family codes that have stayed in Parliament for 20 to 30 years without being passed. So it would be really important to expedite these laws so that we can ensure equal protection for vulnerable women. And finally, is to ensure the establishment and adequate resourcing of gender ministries and equality commissions for purposes of capacity building and awareness raising on harmful patriarchal norms to change societal attitudes, because most of the issues that then contribute to discrimination in family law are based in cultural, religious, and customary practices. And there's a lot of awareness that needs to be done so that even when new laws are enacted, the public can be receptive to them and the situation can change politically and socioeconomically, not just legally. So with those few remarks, thank you very much for your time.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Deborah, for your presentation, which is very comprehensive. Talking about family, this is also talking about marriage. And you talked about early marriage, polygamy, domestic violence, divorce, and heritage. Here, I would like to look at the polygamous aspect and say that they must put up protocol. We have as a civil society member, we worked for its ratification in our various countries, but this protocol has been existing for more than 20 years now. And so many countries are expressing misgivings about it. There's a lot of progress that has been made, but there's so many misgivings about it. And we need to look at that. When I look at the case of polygamy, we have countries that are, for example, Muslim, where polygamy is accepted by everybody. And polygamy is something quite normal. So we have to respect that as well. And all that we would like to do, it is our duty to see to what extent we can adapt or tailor the family code that respects each and everybody's rights, but depending on the context and the culture in which we find ourselves. And that's the aim of all these consultations that we're conducting in order to arrive at that family code. My second remark is that it would be advisable for us to conduct an assessment of the various types of family codes. We have family codes that are evolving, but that sometimes create more problems. In Cote d'Ivoire, for example, we have a new family code where the man and the woman are jointly responsible of the family. It was adopted less than 5 years ago, but today when we look at the consequences of the number of divorces, it's frightening. This means that maybe the society was not prepared for it. And today it's the family that is bearing the brunt. It's the children that are bearing the brunt. So we need to conduct these assessments to be able to mitigate or rather correct some certain number of things. You also made mention of legal pluralism and this coexistence in customary law and civil law. I think it's going to be around again for some time. Why? Because our populations are more rural than urban, and the population only understands the customary law. They have confidence in the customary law, and we can't deprive them of that. But on the other hand, very few understand the civil law, so we explain very little to them. So our population would like to use what they know rather than what they do not know. So we will have to recognize the customary law in order to be able to evolve and conduct this family transition. And my last comment was just for for fun. We didn't listen to the text, but we talk about equality in law. When it's a woman that seeks divorce, we don't have to complain that they have to compensate their husband. If it's a husband that seeks divorce, they can compensate. It's just for fun. If we talk about equality, then we have to assume at some point, especially when it comes to for us women to compensate, to pay compensation. So the floor is open if you have questions. I started here the other time. This time around, I'm going to start this way. 1, 2, 3. And you as well? You will come at the very end. Don't worry. Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Ustaz Fatih Bek, I'm professor of law, general law, and I am a member of the Algerian parliament and head of a party. So your dear lady, when she was speaking about Algeria, I think she didn't. We are in Algeria. We since 1984 we have family law and where a lot of the givens that were part of the discussion were mentioned, and for a definition between al-khula and divorce. Al-khula, it is the case when the wife asks for the divorce, and if given no reason, she has to pay a compensation. When it is divorce, it is in this case that the man has to make and to pay indemnification. So we know that women in Algeria, they took big steps, and now, for example, the head of the economic and the head of the Red Cross is woman, and the minister of parliamentary relation is a woman, and now we have even one of the candidates to the presidency is listen. We have 5 women heading of parties. So if we are speaking about the history of Algeria as a revolution, we have big martyrs and fighters for freedom in Algeria that are renowned worldwide. So in Algeria, and especially if we're speaking about the last law of elections, women are 50% of the lists, totally equal. And now in Algeria, speaking about the rates of schooling, we have more than 100,000 in schools free of charge, and have more 1 million and more in the secondary studies, and the constitution, the fathers cannot impede such schooling. Now in Algeria, we speak about the university. We have 700,000 people or student with 250,000 of university graduates per year, half of them women. Now we have, as I said, we have a minister, the minister of solidarity and family is a woman. So the role of women is very important in society for the success of women. But as we're speaking about demographic trend of Africa, it is a positive thing, but our economic weakness could lead to make it a big burden on the public treasury. But in general, we are required as cadre and experts from Africa. We are playing a big role world, and we see our contributions all over the world and in world universities. So nowadays in Africa, we need recommendations in order. We need a research center to emphasize the role of women and to have a relation with the different African legislations. And we have to remember that Africa was colonialized in horrific ways. And if we're speaking about the last century, we have a big difference between the African countries as the colonialism heritage was there, and a lot of family legislations are based in all over the world from religions. So whenever speaking about marriage, divorce, family in general, such laws are based on the religious and moral aspects. So in Algeria, in our criminal law, we are criminalizing a lot of things related to women. And for example, we have also presidential decree that established a special fund for divorced women. And through it, the state's treasury is paying the part of the husband to pay his part in the expenses of the children. And we have also we look to have the Supreme Council of Women in Africa that could be very big contribution. Thank you.
Merci. Je pense que
Thank you. I think I will give the floor now to your neighbor to talk to us about Tunisia, and then we will open up the floor to questions. Thank you.
Si vous permettez, comme on a encore...
Could you give 2 to 3 minutes to each maximum?
استعمار كان للمرأة دور كبير في الحركة الثورية والحركة حركة المقاومة، مقاومة الاستعمار وحركة الحركة الاستقلالية في تونس. لذلك
So since colonialism and independence in Tunisia, so we had Bourguiba as president after independence, and 20 March 1956, President Bourguiba promulgated the Code of the Family in Tunisia. And this family code is linked with the date of independence in Tunisia. Now, I would like to quote a number of parts with regard to early marriages in Tunisia. The marriage must be part of, in fact, the minimum age is 18 years old. And a contract cannot be entered into a marriage contract before the age of 18. So in order to do that, one has to have the authorization by the magistrate if it should be earlier. Article 5 of the Family Code. Marriages in Tunisia cannot be entered into, must be entered into in the presence of witnesses or in the presence of the civil registrar or before the Khalida or the magistrate. Now, there needs to be a marriage contract, therefore. With regard to a divorce in Tunisia, it's a legal matter. One cannot just simply divorce. There needs to be a legal grounds for it, and it must be by a mutual consent. I beg your pardon. With regard to legal divorce, the legislator has to focus on the conditions of the divorce in order to protect society and also to give the opportunity to look at divorces again and to come back to this issue and to come back to marriage. So when, for example, there are children involved, then it is necessary to have 3 reconciliation sessions between the spouses over a period of 1 month. And these reconciliation periods or sessions need to help reinstate the marriage. So we give a grace period, for example, of 1 month, where if it is which can move on to the legal phase, where a decision will then be made and either a judgment in favor or against the divorce is granted. So It makes it possible, therefore, to the spouses to have moral prejudice, and by forcing and offering the wife compensation. In terms of family structures, we have an office that is responsible for all of the matters relating to the family and the woman in particular, the child, and with regard to inheritance, there have been many developments in the family code with regard to inheritance. And what has been highlighted in the code is the testament or the will. There needs to be a will. A will needs to exist because children cannot be deprived of inheriting from their parents or grandparents even. With regard to the adoption of children, and the law here in Tunisia enabled the law enables the adoption of children from 1956 in the family code, has made it possible to adopt even illegitimate children, and this provision was actually rejected subsequently, but a mechanism was set up and enabled an adopted child to adopt also the family surname and then to be able to inherit from his adoptive parents. This is the case for some children under the protection of the children. I would also like to talk about a customary law. The legislators have analyzed or have identified violence and would like to guarantee a married life in spiritual life within the marriage, and also made available fines, or rather imposes certain fines if the marriage is not respected. So in conclusion, I would like to say that the family code, with regard to domestic violence, and what do we understand by that? It could be material or moral, economic violence, as well as discrimination against women. Article 17 focuses on a fine in order to protect the woman, and so as to not prejudice her dignity. The article also makes provision for the setting up of certain actions or measures that make available provisions to end all kinds of types of violence against women in order to equality, dignity of women, by adopting a law that can focus on the violence that is suffered by women. So this is a provision that is provided for by the family code in Tunisia. Thank you very much. I am sorry to have perhaps spoken too long. Right, I would just like to ask for your patience. Sometimes it's really wonderful to watch a man talk about the law and what the positive points of a law that can, in fact, be used for the protection of the woman. So we would like to applaud him. Thank you so much. And I think the Honorable Amina would like now to take the floor, and then her neighbor. Did you ask for the floor? No? And then we will then go to the other side of the room. But let's first move to the two people on the left, on my left, and then we move. So it's 1, 2, 3 rather. And then we will start by you and we go around this way. Honorable Amina. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, to have given me the floor. My name is Amina. Thank you to the chairpersons of the different committees. I would first of all like to thank the committee. Please continue. So I would like to thank the committees of the Pan-African Parliament, so the Gender Committee, for having organized this seminar, a joint seminar to enhance African family values to achieve socioeconomic protection. I would also like to thank the sister who presented or made a presentation earlier, providing details of the various questions that relate to the rights of women and related to customary marriage, early marriage, as well as having raised questions relating to rape and children inheritance. And also she spoke about many other topics regarding women. Now, as an activist in matters related to women in civil society in which I work, I meet colleagues during conferences, and big international conferences, and who deal with these issues. And civil society is, of course, made up of citizens and understands the problems that are affecting the population in Chad. And I'm very happy to ask our sister to continue to do research and work in this area and to do activism in this area, to be able to develop the women, to promote women as well as society. I would also like to raise a certain number of questions because there are some African countries that have ratified and adopted laws for the protection of women and the family, but these laws and instruments, unfortunately, have not been applied on the ground. And this is the problem that we encounter in many African countries. In Chad, there are a number of instruments, there are a number of laws that have been promulgated, and most of these laws are intended to protect women and families, but we continue to suffer. As a civil society activist, we can note that these laws are not applied on the ground, and we have led some activities, and I'm a founding member of an organization, of an NGO, the Voice of the Woman, and this organization works on the rights of women, which runs a certain number of activities, among which, of course, we deal with inheritance and also education of children, of girls, I beg your pardon, as well as any other women-related questions. In Chad, we also have a law, as was mentioned by Tunis' colleague. There are laws that intend to criminalize early marriages or punish early marriages, but also gender-based violence, for example. This law does not meet the requirement. As we are talking about these questions here at the seminar, what are the strategies? What are the recommendations that we can adopt? What can be the recommendations that would enable us to improve the situation of the woman and of society? I would also like to talk about the family code, which has already been raised by a certain number of speakers. In Chad, we also have a family code, and we have a draft law for the establishment of a family code. It's at the level now it is with the parliament, and it's been presented 3 times. And Chad is a lay state, and we have Christians, but sometimes there are controversies, and sometimes we have some problems, and some people do not accept certain provisions with regard to the family code. And this law was people were asked to formulate this code so that they take into account all of the traditions and the customs of the Chadian people. And to date, this family code has not yet been applied in our country, but we have undertaken a certain number of strategies that aim to protect women and children. And us as activists working in the promotion of women and girls, we would like to pursue our struggle so that we can have the different laws, international laws, can be applied in our countries as well, and that our children, our women and children or girls can be promoted. Thank you. Honourable member, would you like to take in yellow? Would you like to take the floor first?
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to have the presentation in my presence because I've learned a lot of things. But what I would say, I will share, is that in Eswatini, we have the Child Protection Unit and we have a law on child protection, and it's being applied, and you cannot find marriages because early marriages because the men, they find themselves in jail. It's being applied, but I have two questions. The first one is that to have programs that protect or that empower young ladies to stop them from getting into polygamy. The second one being that you have said that there are laws, customary laws and religious laws. If you decide not to be religious anymore, what happens because you have been practicing the religious law? The last one being a comment that your research was good, but to me, it's lacking. If you have qualitative and quantitative, it will be the best.
Thank you. Can I come back to you, Madam? Yes. And then you, and then...
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you to all the chairpersons around here. Thank you to the presenter, the last presenter, and all presenters. I am from Lesotho. My name is Mamelo Poko. And I was a little bit sad that you didn't visit Lesotho. So it looked like we don't have. But I'm not going to say much. Of course, almost everyone talked about Child's Protection Welfare Bill in different names. But it's about family preservation, survival and development of a family. If we don't protect children, there will be no family. So we in Lesotho, we have that Children's Protection and Welfare Bill, and we are working on it presently. That the one I'm going to talk about is a bill on 2021, and we are working on amendments on 2023. But it was already very rich. We preserve families. We protect development of families, both extended and the close family. So in a family, we would love the country like children to be raised in a family by parents who have capacity and able to take those children to school, and those children must have access to health, must be well taken care of by at least their two parents, their two biological parents. And remember, we do have the wedlock of having children outside marriage. And those children also are very much protected by our law to an extent that they have the rights to the property of their parental and their biological parents, even though they may not be staying with them. We also have regulations that also support not formal families, like the adoption. We have adoption agencies which are being regulated by government so that the adoption is leading a child to a true family with basic needs. We also have prohibition of child betrothal and child marriage at an early age. I think they all talked about it. I wouldn't like to say much because I'm going to start repeating what everybody else said. I will love to say that if there is anything I love about Eswatini kingdom, it's their culture that they preserve so well of of polygamy. I think I love it. I think I like it, the way they do it. So I'm also saying, please, let's protect what we have. Let's enrich what we have, and let's just take care of it, and don't even think it's against any law. Thank you.
Very much. My sister from Angola. Is it Angola? Yes. And then the sister father. We have four questions here. Okay.
Muito obrigada, Senhora Presidente.
Thank you very much, Chair. I commend Deborah for the presentation, and I would say we would very much like to have the presentation because you've shared very important data. I'm very happy, just like Lesotho, but you mentioned Angola for a number of times. This means we have laws. We have the family code since 98, and this was reviewed in 2021. And these codes protect women largely. In our country, the deputy president is a woman, the speaker is a woman, the president of the Supreme Court is a woman, the minister of finance is a woman, and we have 17 women in leadership positions. So our country strives for gender equality. There is a strong protection of women, and even given that 50% of the population is women, we protect children, we protect marriage, and I'm very happy you presented these laws because our country has been evolving in terms of laws and their consequent implementation. Even though we still have some gender-based domestic violence, we still have cases where children are not taken care of by their parents. We have these cases, but we've been working and improving our laws at the parliament in order to reduce the incidence of such cases. But I would like to hear from you, and I didn't have the opportunity to ask Professor Zita around the laws you presented. The traditional marriages. In some African countries, we have traditional marriages, and the traditional marriages carry the same value as the other types of marriage. And just out of curiosity, in regard to beliefs, cultural beliefs, do these have a strong influence, and is there a legitimacy of these traditional or these beliefs in marriage? I would like to get some explanation on that. Thank you very much, Chair.
My sister, yes, the floor is yours.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أسماء الخوجة عضو مجلس النواب من ليبيا.
Member of the parliament in Libya, I would like first of all to recommend all the efforts of the doctors and professors by presenting such presentations and that have a big of understanding of concepts of family, and thank Ms. The regulation of some countries, but I'm sorry, Mrs. Deborah, you didn't have information about Libya in order to indicate, and especially a country that is the gate for the African continent. Now, I wish we could have been informed to prepare a presentation on the countries of North Africa or other countries that are lacking here, but here I'm going to give some data about the situation of divorced women in Libya. The marriage countries are subject to Islamic law. It is certified in the documentation that has to do with the Libyan state, with a present of to having a representative of the wife and true testimonies. And we have also points about the widow and all type of reference to this. Also, the education of children is compulsory in the law, and there are sanctions against people who do not send the children at the age of 6 years. The Libyan woman, either married, widow, or divorced, takes money from the state. Married, if she's not working. If she's working, she is receiving a salary like the men, but the divorced and widows, they are given grants by giving them a monthly salary. Now, also children take a monthly payment of 150 dinar, and for divorce, when it is against the women's, the man has to pay compensation to compensate women if they have suffered any damages, and he has to pay. Also, we know in the there is an advanced by law advanced sum, and also one to be paid in case of divorce, called the mu'akhar in Arabic. So if we are speaking about marriage before 2011, the husband, in case of polygamy, he would not be allowed to marry without the approval of the first wife. Now this law was cancelled, and in Libya the man can marry several women. Now, we're speaking in case of the divorce, the custody is right of the women. They have the right, even if they ask of divorce, as mentioned, in case of Tunis, in cases of khul or divorce asked by women, and other cases if women is requiring divorce or khul, she can have the right to keep children and custody, and the father has to pay the expenses at certain values. The non-customary marriage is not existing in the society, which is marriage without official contract, and we in the Libya law, the age has of women has not to be under 18 years of age. So these are some quick remarks about the situation of women in general. So in the government we have 5 ministers, and the Libyan ladies after 2011 and even before 2011 they existed, but after 2011 we have ministers, vice ministers. At all levels we find women having such responsibilities and office. Of course, we have violations against women in the society after all the wars that we had and the civil war that had from 2011 till now. Of course, as in a society suffering consequences of war, they exist. But thank God Almighty, women have their position in society, respect of their husbands, and we have the law of violence against women. It is in the pipeline of the parliament and will be under approval soon. Thank you for giving me the floor, and I hope we have other presentations that will explain all conditions of women in all African countries, and thank you.
Merci.
Thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament from Libya. I think there were 4 people who asked, 2 ladies, 2 gentlemen. Now we're going to move to the gentleman. Oh.
Ladies first.
Hello, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. And for once on this table, you are giving the seats, the opportunity to a woman. It says ladies first, even though chairperson asked him to take the floor. I was not sad, but I was surprised that Ghana was not part of the case study because we have promulgated a lot of good laws to protect the family system and also to protect children. We have the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection. We have the Children's Act. We promulgated the Children's Act, which protects and sets the minimum age of marriage at 8. We also have the Children's Act. And we've also formulated the National Strategic Plan on Ending Child Marriage from 2017 to 2026. But my issue is on polygamy and child marriage. In the northern part of my country, polygamy is so prevalent in the northern part of the country. And people frown on all these beautiful laws. Sometimes it's very difficult to enforce it, especially in the rural communities. People are giving out marriage at the age of 12, 15, and all that. They frown the laws. How do we deal with polygamy in relation to child labor? Because we already have the law. The law has set the minimum age at 18. People are frowning on it because of the traditional setup in the northern part of the country and talking about polygamy. And, people are being betrothed to older people at the age of 12, at the age of 15. I didn't hear much about betrayal and affirmative action if you want to deal with gender equality. So my first question will be if you're going to formulate policies, programs across the globe, how do we deal with some of these issues? In terms of gender equality, I believe Rwanda, Sierra Leone, even South Africa, they are doing very well. Ghana, we are still struggling with about 30.5% in parliament. But my point is, anytime we talk about gender equality, we focus our attention on political gender equality. And we lose sight of the other sectors of the economy. We have women in aviation, we have women in technology, we have women in health, we have women in other sectors of the economy, women in other holding managerial portfolios. But we always look at how do we bridge the gender disparity gap by the year 2026. It's all about politics. It's all about affirmative action. Even with affirmative action, currently back home in Ghana, we have the spousal bill, we have the aged bill and the affirmative action before Parliament. And how are we even going to let our male counterparts know that we are not trying to take their spaces, but want them to know that we're formed out of their ribs. We're not formed from the back. So we want to be on the same level. So the Affirmative Action Bill or the Affirmative Action Act is also another issue that we need to deal with to ensure that we have a holistic gender equality and gender equity program where we can bring people in, people with equal rights, no discrimination, equal access to health, education, and all that. So I want to find out from the last presenter how we're going to look at gender equality holistically, other than, limiting ourselves to only politics when we have other women in other sectors of the economy. And let me also applaud Angola, but back home in Ghana, our current Chief Justice is also a woman. The previous one was also a woman. We have a Minister of State at the Finance Ministry, who's a young parliamentarian. She's taking up the challenge. We have about 7 other ministers in that level, communication, digitalization, water and sanitation. They're all women. I believe that when we want to talk about issues affecting women, we should give women the opportunity to be part of the decision-making process. Back home in Ghana, we have about more than 51% of women, but in parliament, there are only 40 of us. So you end up realizing that issues that even affecting women and children are most often are not taken by men. So we should be looking at gender equality and equity in its totality. And I want to end by saying that we've been talking about child marriage, early child marriage, and all that. Are we looking at the drivers or the basic drivers of these issues? Are we looking how are we solving poverty? How are we solving educational issues? How are we solving our cultural issues? How are we solving our traditional issues? So let's have a holistic, even though we may have different issues, different dynamics in different countries, I believe that as we are all seated around this table, we all have basic issues that runs through our country. So let's look at gender equality, gender equity, child marriage, polygamy, and all that in its totality than limiting it to only politics and where we think that nothing can be done about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable, now you have the floor.
Thank you very much. If not for anything, I would have adopted right away what she said. But I thank Deborah for all the information that she has brought to us. I want to say that she mentioned something like polygamy is the preferred form of marriage. And if we move from that, whether she is looking at the transition from communalism to capitalism, to other classes like socialism, is that the trend? Because if you don't look at it from class angle, it looks like we'll just be talking about these things, but it will take us a very long time to go. So I don't know. Let me just ask the question. From her sociological angle, context, whether their research has identified the transition from polygamous family structure to the monogamous family structure, especially in relation to wife inheritance. I know it's easy for people to say we prefer polygamy. We have many wives and children. In the rural context where people were working in the farm, somebody has already said it, one presenter, that it's left to the person to know if I have many children, then I have many hands on deck when it comes to the farm. So we are kind of safe when it comes to food production. But if we are going into modern day situation, you want to have maybe few children because you feel that you have other means of protecting the family. So we have to look at it from that. Whether the research really has looked into all those things to be able to come to the decision that she has come to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Abdu Katuntu from Uganda. This is my maiden speech. Madam Chair, I was first elected to this August House in 2004, meaning I'm a pioneer member of PAP. However, 3 years later, I lost my membership, and it has taken me 17 years to come back. Wow. And I'm also the first chairperson, the first rapporteur on the Committee of Justice and Human Rights of this House. Having said that, I have taught family law at university for a long time. There is no country, there is no community, there is no society that can progress economically, that can prosper without a strong family. You never have it anywhere in the world. And there is no family that can prosper when the lady, the mama in the house is not productive. And I don't want us to be legalistic. If you must develop communities, you must develop countries, you must develop the woman. That is the foundation of development of any country, anywhere in the world. Having said that, I'd like to agree with my colleague from Ghana. You see, it is not all about politics, women, politics, women. Let me tell you what we did in Uganda. The first thing did is, we call it affirmative action. To enter university at that time, our young women were given free 2 points for purposes of accessing university education.
What year was this?
That's 1987, quite long ago. That alone got the numbers of girls acquiring education rise up by almost 30%. And once you've educated the woman, you have educated the nation. And some of these things can come automatically because, one, the lady will be empowered. The lady will be educated. However much we give them tokenism of positions in government, that may not necessarily work unless we have them educated. Uganda is the first country on the continent to have a first woman vice president. I'm sure many those, even the research persons, know it. Today we still have a woman vice president. We have a woman speaker of parliament. We have 2 women deputy speakers of parliament. And it can go on chief justices and so on and so on. That alone gives ladies an opportunity, not necessarily giving out political positions, but where you can mobilize particular sectors of the country. So I think we need to take as a continent a conscious decision. And the dream of the founders of this house, Madam Chair, and I'm happy, I'm honored to have been one of them, was that many years today, this house composition will be different. We'll have many women, for example, who, there's a big problem here, Madam Chair, because in many constitutional and legal regimes, they provide that there should be a minimum number of seats for women. So they are reduced to that level of minimum. they don't translate into the majority. As if saying that actually the women should have minimum numbers and the men are the ones who should be majority numbers in many of these institutions. Lastly, I don't want to go into this. I don't want to be legalistic also. I'll give you an example about Africa, because this debate goes on, especially in academic fora. Adoption. You see, if you think that, just look at the history of Africa. How many of us were educated by people who were not our parents? Many, many communities. Because that's our culture as Africans. Aunties' children, uncles' children, and so on, including neighbors' children. If you go and make it legalistic, you must go to court, get an adoption order, then it doesn't make sense to me. And this, I see many communities degenerating to those levels because you want to adopt the Western culture. I never grew up because I was under my parents. I grew up under my sister got married to some other person, and then is the one who brought me up and paid fees and so on. And in that family, I was more or less an adopted child, but without an adoption order. And many African countries do that. So when you are looking at this research you people are making, I think you need to know, why did Africa have this sort of systems? Some have been abused as I go off the microphone, Madam Chair. Wife inheritance. It was not originally intended to be what it turned out to be. That you are forcing a woman really to marry. At that time, it was like, this is a vulnerable widow. How can society look after this widow? That was the original intention in an African society about wife inheritance. She has had children, and we had the problem of land ownership. So are you going to go back and so on, or she continues being a member of the family? However, later on with your development, Western culture, greed, capitalism, and even a little bit of bad manners, you found now some people grabbing widows for purposes of like, oh, an opportunity has come to grab a wife. So we lost out on what it was intended originally. Madam Chair, thank you for welcoming back to PAP.
Thank you very much. The last one.
I will not take long.
Okay, I think I will take two more person and then we'll close because we need to come back. We are going to talk about child right, etc. in the next session. Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will not take much of your time, but on a light moment, I wanted us to propose to amend our PAP rules, because when a member state is designating members, they said at least there must be one woman. So I want to propose today and now that it should be two or more than that. Not we should remove one. Now it should be two, at least two women coming to PAP. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much.
La session d'après.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I also want to thank the presenter for this thought-provoking presentation. It was well presented, and it draws our mind back to who we represent. Because sitting here, I said, yes, we are, as the people's representatives, we are representing the families. And families in every nation is the bedrock of that society. I don't want to repeat what other members have already said, but I was just not happy by the presenter not mentioning Sierra Leone, because Sierra Leone, we have done so much. And I will not sit in this room, I will not say something, Since 2007, we've done the devolution of estate acts, wherein widows, adopted children to have rights to properties. We've enacted the Domestic Violence Act, and recently we amended it to include sexual violence because it was getting out of hand. So the president had to declare rape as a national emergency, and we have to amend that act. And also we have a customary law, customary marriage and divorce act. That's the 3 gender acts which we enacted way back in 2007. We have already ratified the Maputo Protocol, and we are domesticating it right now as I speak. We now have the Gender Equality and Women Empowerment Act, which seeks to provide for women not only the 30% in elective and appointive position, but also it speaks to women empowerment, financial empowerment, and opportunities for women to have grants, equal pay, and also for at least 14 weeks of maternity leaves, because women suffer by giving birth and have to go back to work. So now we have a law that states that every woman that will give birth, a working mother, you have 14 weeks of paid maternity leaves. And also, just recently, under the Child Rights Act, prohibition of child right marriage, we have enacted the law which states that the age of marriage should be 18, and nobody should marry a girl or a boy under the age of 18, whether you go to officiate the ceremony or whether you are an invited guest, you will be arrested. So, but what I have to say is that every country have their laws. We have all been catering for our people, for families over the years. But one thing that is lacking is oversights, because the laws will be there shelved in the shelves. And our people, some of them, most of them that we represent are in the rural areas. They don't know about these laws. These laws have not been popularized. Our oversights have not been robust. So I think that is one thing as MPs going back, we must have a robust mechanism for oversights, wherein we hold governments accountable for all these laws and treaties that they have signed. They go and sign it. We are only there to enact the laws and also to see to it that these laws that have been passed are being utilized for the purpose it was intended for. Most of the women out there, they suffer because they lack of knowledge. The Bible said that the people suffer because of lack of knowledge. When they don't know what is their rights, they are still suffering. The laws are there, but we still need to act, and we act fast. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think my intervention is going to be very short. It's about the limit. The lady mentioned the limit for remarriage, which I think my religion supports. We have it in Islam, which is not limiting, but I think it's some sort of protection. And when we do this research, I think we need to look at the different aspects of why these things are accepted in different countries. Because coming from a predominantly Muslim country, it is not seen as something that limits you being remarried. It is something that seems to protect you. For example, you might be pregnant, or at times you might just divorce without having the intention of divorcing, and it gives you that time to rethink. And after that 4-month period, I think if you can, it's called idat in Islam, and it is quite acceptable. And also when we talk about banning child marriage, in some countries, for example, in my country, we have the Children's Act, but it says that a child under 18 should not be given in marriage, but with the exception of the parents giving their approval. I think that law, that provision needs to be looked at because, one, it is the parent that would force the child in marriage. And if their approval is accepted, then there's no need for that law. I think it should be under no circumstance that a child under 18 should be given, let's say under 18 or 16. In some countries it's 16, because in some countries you are termed as a young adult. A young adult when you are 16. For example, in UK, you are a child going age up to the age of 16, where education is compulsory until you are 16. So in that case, if you are not in education, you are not termed as a child, but you can marry. So I think we need to look at those things. And also when we talk about this research, it is expected to eventually trickle down into our respective countries, into policy, and eventually into law. So when you do these things, you also need to factor the different aspects in our various countries, because we are not Europeans. The reason we have the AU is so that we can incorporate all our cultures, all our different traditions into a modern, acceptable way in this society that we are in. But notwithstanding, we shouldn't just ignore what we grew up with in our cultures, in our traditions, because they are infiltrated in us already. We can modernize them, but we shouldn't get rid of all of them. For example, when you said monogamy is the preferred. I mean, in my country, I cannot force somebody to be monogamous. I am Muslim, and it is a law that we can marry up to four wives. There are rules to that, because you need to be able to take care of 4 wives. Maybe what we can factor is whether you can fulfill all the criteria of marrying 4 wives, but you cannot stop somebody. You cannot say that monogamy is what is preferred, because it's going to be thrown out in our countries. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. If you can agree, because we have another session where we are going to talk about individuals, in the family, like children, disabled people, women, young people, etc. So I would just like us to stop the questions here. There is another interesting session later on, and we need to hurry up, because the one who is going to share this session has to be at 2 in another session. Okay? So I would like to give the floor to Madame Deborah, but just a little story, just to make you laugh a little bit. Tu vas venir après?
Non.
Ok. Juste une petite histoire.
Just a small story. I was very young when I was an activist. I was 27 years old. I was an activist in the women's area, and I was sent to mission in Senegal, and the women were there. It was a meeting. The directors of human resources. The women were introducing themselves, second wife, third wife, and they looked happy. But in my heart, it was boiling. And I said, "But you have to free these women. It's not normal. How can they accept such a thing?" And thank God, the International Labour Office sent me on another mission to Senegal and Mali, where I had to work on professional women. And that is where I learned that I cannot force somebody to be happy. The women I was speaking to were happy. They have been living in that environment, so they didn't have this vision of we have to be freed and so forth. But above all, they seized the opportunities that they had as second wife and third wives. So as I sat back and I said, "Mariam, who are you to free people who feel okay and in an environment, thriving in an environment they understand? So what do you have? What is your role to come and say that you want to free them?" And from that moment on, my vision and orientation in the fight for women's rights have changed. The morale is saying that we cannot make somebody happy against their will and out of a certain context and against their culture. Thank you. So the Education Committee would like to say something, then I'm going to give the floor to Mrs. Deborah. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'd like to thank the presenter. I would simply like to apologize to the members of the Education Committee, Education and Culture and Tourism and Human Resources Committee. We have a session later and we'll be obliged to leave the hall to prepare and start our session in less than 1 hour. Madam Chair, I also realized that I had to read the resolutions, so I would like to apologize for that and wish you very fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're going to manage whatever follows. Mrs. Deborah, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for the floor. And thank you, Honorable members, for your comments and insights. We are very grateful for them because then they will improve our advocacy for implementation of this report. Allow me to apologize to all those countries not featured in the report. This was our first time, so we couldn't reach everywhere. But the strategy is to have an annual update of this report. So we'll be coming to your countries soon, and we hope you welcome us. I think also let me begin by the limitations of the study. I think the member from Eswatini pointed out the aspect of a quantitative perspective, which we take note of and will incorporate in our next research because it's very important. Also, this research was quite legal, I must admit. So the next version will, of course, incorporate the sociological perspectives. But to be very grateful for all the positive examples shared, I think the member from Somalia now has some success stories, because I think in every country there is some progress that we can all be proud of. Yeah, so for Algeria, it's very encouraging to hear about the expanded political and economic space for women. And of course, we hope that the family law code can be reviewed to improve the welfare further, taking the context, of course, of the Islamic religious principles. Tunisia is not here, but that is one of the best practice countries in North Africa, and they're really doing a lot of good work. The Honorable Member from Chad, thank you very much for sharing your insights on the draft law. Of course, you mentioned the problem we have in Africa is having all these progressive laws, but lacking a framework for implementation. So there's really need to create awareness at the social level, at the family level, so that even as our children grow up, they grow up knowing these rights and also modeling this equality in the family. And like Professor Zita said, development and economic empowerment is the solution to all these problems that we are having. Eswatini, thank you very much for the questions on programs to empower young ladies to stop child marriage and polygamy. We work with partner organizations in country through what we call the Solidarity for African Women's Rights Coalition. And through that, some of our interventions include offering some small grants for economic empowerment. But of course, there's something that has to be done at the macro level by member states to ensure that girls and boys are well educated and they have good economic opportunities, so that by the time we get to Vision 2063, we can actualize all those proposals that are contained in that document. You asked what happens if you decide not to be religious, if you're in a religious marriage. I think then it may mean that it dissolves automatically, but you may have to go to court to seek a divorce, because then the good practice is that any separation or divorce or annulment be effected through judicial decree. And I think a change of religion can be one of the grounds that can be accepted in some jurisdictions. Yeah, for Lesotho, thank you very much for all the insights on the amendments of the Child Protection welfare bill. It's also very good to hear that even children born out of marriage are well protected by the legislation and even regulations to support adoption. I also commended Eswatini for preserving the culture of polygamy. And I think this is also one of the issues that has come out very strongly, even from the final presentation from the Gambia. It's not me that is making the recommendation to encourage monogamy. This is what is in the Maputo Protocol, Article 6. And there were a lot of discussions regarding that article. Remember that at the international level, the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women calls for prohibition of polygamy. And that is what the CEDAW Committee has adopted. But then when it came to discussing the instrument at the African level, some people had proposed to put the clause as prohibit polygamy. But then people said no, because of the continued practice of polygamy, and as the society and family evolves, let us put the clause instead to encourage monogamy as a preferred form of. I'm sure your MPs are involved in legislative drafting, and you know some of the compromises that have to be made. So this was just a give and take provision to ensure that we do not prohibit polygamy where we have a lot of polygamous marriages in the continent. So that's why the standard was put as encourage polygamy, but also protect women in polygamous marriages. Because what we have in most countries is maybe succession laws that only speak to a monogamous marriage, yet we have a lot of women in polygamous marriages who then get disinherited. So we are saying women in polygamous marriages should be protected, but that's not us. That's what African Union member states agreed when they negotiated the Maputo Protocol. And of course, we are very sensitive to the cultural situation and the need not to copy and paste Western standards, but to contextualize to the realities in Africa. Thank you very much, the representative from Angola. I think you are doing a very, very amazing job when it comes to the representation of women. And I think those are some of the insights that then you can share with member states where, from countries where the standards are not yet achieved. I think you asked if traditional marriages carry the same value and if cultural beliefs are legitimate. I think it's important that because even in the African Charter and the Maputo Protocol, we call for recognition of positive cultural values, and it's important to recognize customary marriages, since most of people in rural areas and in the whole of Africa, most marriages are actually customary marriages. But then the recommendation there would be to ensure that harmful practices are not brought to these customary marriages by enacting legislation. I think Sierra Leone has given an example, and we can look at their act on customary marriages to see how they are navigating that dynamic of ensuring that negative cultural dynamics do not come into play in recognized customary marriages. I think the example from Libya is very, very inspiring. There's a lot to take there, especially with regard to social protection, that allowance that's paid to married women who are not working, and also in case of divorce, and a lot of the other provisions there. And I think that's one case study that I would like to have a look at. And I think you also spoke about violations, particularly in the context of civil war. And the law on violence against women is being negotiated, which means then women will be protected. Hopefully it addresses also forms of violence, including domestic violence. Jana, thank you very much for your insights, particularly on affirmative action. I think it's important because when we have political representation of women at sufficient levels, we can also have progressive laws that are made by those with lived experience. As the Honorable Chairperson has pointed, we cannot impose our views on what equality is on women. And the more we have diverse women from all ethnic groups and all socioeconomic groups in parliament, then the more we can have laws that respond to the situation in the country. You asked also about polygamy and child marriage. I think those are challenges that will only be addressed by economic empowerment and development, as well as in communities which practice this as cultural rights of passage, coming up with alternative and progressive cultural rights that can then be progressively adopted by the society so that there is no vacuum when that transition happens. In terms of Ghana, the spousal bill, I think it has stayed in parliament for quite some time due to the push and pull, I understand, between Muslim groups and Akan groups and all that. So I think these are the dynamics that come into play. And this is where you can help us as members of parliament. When bills stay for so long, a parliament comes, it ends a term, a new one begins, the law has to begin afresh. This is a challenge we are having with a lot of family law codes. Even in Uganda, that law has really stalled because of the infighting between various interests. But I think we can learn from these other countries that have successfully negotiated these laws and expedite such reforms. The Gambia, thank you for your perspective on the time limits on remarriage from an Islamic perspective. We take note of that, and we'll include it when we update our research. I agree with you. The exceptions to allow maybe parents to consent to child marriage or judicial authorities is retrogressive since it facilitates the continuation of child marriage. The standard is child marriage should be banned in all circumstances. Because why do you want our girls to get married at these young ages? We are preventing them from getting education, from getting economic opportunities. We are harming their mental and social welfare when they see their age mates progress in life. So it's really, really important that child marriage should not be allowed in any circumstances. And I think there's somebody who mentioned the fact that some countries do not have the age of majority as 18, but I'm sure as the colleague from the African Committee of Experts on the Rights of the Child will say, in Africa, the age of minority, the age of majority begins at 18. So in those countries, there is guidance from the committee and the African Commission that says the minimum age of marriage should be 18, even when the age of majority under national law is not 18. Yeah, Uganda, I think you've summed it up for us. And we cannot stick to being legalistic because then we do not address the social dynamics. And the fact that we make these laws in the socio-cultural context does not change, then means these laws do not achieve their full value. But I like what you said about economic empowerment, because political empowerment without economic empowerment is really just tokenism. And I like the fact that you mentioned we need to go back to the question of why Africa had some of these systems, such as inheritance, wife inheritance. And even that relates to the question from the member from the Gambia on a transition from polygamy into monogamy. There are things that worked for our society back then, but our society is really evolving due to the economic and technological changes. And then for some of these cultural practices, then it means they also have to change because we cannot stay stuck in the past. But it's important to have then alternative forms of replacing. For instance, if wife inheritance meant that a woman was economically secure after her husband died, then how are we empowering widows to make sure they're economically secure and they don't need to be married to another man in the family against their will? I think that is the bottom line question. Sierra Leone, thank you very much for the insights shared. There are so many good and progressive laws there that I think we'll even be reaching out to you so that you can share with us to inform our advocacy. Thank you so much for your attention, honorable members.
Merci.
Thank you, Mrs. Deborah. I would like to make the following proposal to you. It is 12 minutes past 1 o'clock. I would like to propose that we end here and we break for lunch now, and we reconvene at 2 p.m. as scheduled. And when we reconvene, since there are so many topics that have been discussed, when we reconvene, we're going to talk about the situation of the status of family members in. We're talking about children, people with disabilities, the elderly. We're also going to talk about the idea of decolonization, adopting a decolonial lens in African policy making, and the role of family
sensitive social protection. So we're going to break for lunch now. We'll reconvene at 2 p.m. We're going to take all the presentations and we're going to do just one round of Q&A and proposals so that we can finish at latest at 4 p.m. Before we break up, I would like that we should express our gratitude to the chair of the Justice Committee, who should be in another committee at 2 p.m. He has to be a chair of that meeting. But his colleague of health will do that in his place. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you. So we break now for lunch and we reconvene at 2 p.m. I hope everybody has their lunch vouchers. Now for Justice Committee members, we're going to meet in the chamber with the in plenary with the Cooperation Committee. Thank you very much.
Chers collègues,
Dear colleagues, it is now 2:10, so we would like to continue our meeting. I hope that you all had a good lunch, and we are now going to continue with the next session, which will deal with the status of family members in Africa. And the first presentation will be done by Ms. Sibanda Opal, and she is a legal researcher. She will be talking about the rights and welfare of the child. So, Madam Opal is part of the committee of experts on the rights and welfare of the child. So, I would like to now give the floor to Ms. Opal.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. A very good afternoon to everyone. The challenge with presenting after lunch is we are so full and we might end up sleeping, but I hope that we will get your attention throughout the presentations. I'll also try to be as brief as possible. I do not have a PowerPoint presentation. I had a very few slides, so I said maybe I should just go through my notes. And I'm sure that after the presentation, we can engage in further discussion. So as highlighted by the chairperson, my name is Opal Sibanda, and I work as a legal researcher at the Secretariat of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. The Secretariat is based in Maseru, the Kingdom of Lesotho. So before I move to my presentation, which is on the status of the rights of the child within the context of an African family, maybe I can begin by informing you about the African Children's Committee, because I've attended a lot of meetings and people seem not to be aware of what is this committee, and they wonder if it's really one of the AU organs. So just in brief, the African Children's Committee is actually one of the organs of the African Union, which was established in 2001, and it is composed of 11 members. And the mandate of the committee is mainly to promote and protect the rights of the children that are enshrined in the African Children's Charter. So moving on to what I'm going to talk about today, that is the status of children's rights within the context of an African family. By way of an overview, we see that the African Children's Charter provides comprehensive provisions to ensure the protection and well-being of children within the family setting. So when we look at the African Children's Charter, we see that the family is universally recognized as the fundamental unit of society and the primary environment for the development of children. And within our African context, the family actually plays a crucial role in providing the emotional, social, and material support that is necessary for children's growth and well-being. And notably, we have quite a number of provisions in the African Children's Charter that emphasize the role of the family in the protection of children's rights. For instance, we have Article 18, which talks about the protection of the family, and it provides that the family shall be the natural unit and basis of society, and it shall enjoy the protection and support of the state for its establishment and development. Another key provision to note is Article 18, which talks about parental care and protection and provides that every child is entitled to the enjoyment of parental care and protection. We also have Article 20 on parental responsibilities, which provides that parents or other persons responsible for the child shall have the primary responsibility of the upbringing and development of the child. And we note that in every action, they should ensure that the best interest of the child is upheld. And then lastly, we also have Article 25, which talks about separation from parents, because we note that there are some situations where children are separated from their parents or their families. So in that regard, the African Children's Charter provides that a child who is permanently deprived of his family environment for any reason shall be entitled to special protection and assistance. So what we note from these provisions is that a supportive family environment is very vital in ensuring that children's rights are protected and promoted, including the right to education, health, protection from harm, and other issues. And therefore, strengthening the family unit is key to advancing the rights and welfare of children across Africa, aligning with the overarching goals of the African Children's Charter. So I'm going to move on to talk about the status of children's rights within the context of the African family. And just to highlight that this is not exhaustive, but we looked at some of the issues, the major issues that come out during the consideration of state party reports. So I'm going to highlight just a few challenges we have noted that are faced by children, especially in the context of the African family. So the first one I'm going to talk about is child labor. As we are all aware, child labor is prevalent in Africa, with reports indicating that about 92.2 million are engaged in this practice, and this is often due to families that are facing economic hardships. So last year, the African Committee conducted a study on children's rights and business, and one of the findings of the study was that children are required to contribute to household income, particularly in the informal sectors such as agriculture, mining, and domestic work. And this obviously undermines their education and overall development, perpetuating the cycle of poverty within families. Another issue we have noted is the high rates of education exclusion in Africa. And according to UNESCO, we note that over 1/5 of children aged 6 to 11 and 1/3 of youth aged 12 to 14 are out of school. So we also note that families are struggling with poverty, and in that regard, they may prioritize immediate economic survival over education. And then we also note that socio-cultural factors and inadequate school infrastructure further hinder educational access, particularly for girls. So I'm going to share a very interesting communication that the committee once dealt with and had to issue a landmark ruling. It involved the state of Tanzania, whereby the complainants alleged that there was violation of the right to education amongst other rights pertaining to girls. So what was happening was there was forced pregnancy testing in schools, and then upon finding out that girls were pregnant, they were not allowed to continue with their education. So the complainants actually brought that case to the committee, saying the practice of doing this mandatory pregnancy testing and even virginity testing was a violation of girls' right to education. And notably, the committee actually held that the government of Tanzania was violating girls' right to education, because we know that most of the times when girls get pregnant, they are not allowed to go back to school. So this is also one of the challenges that are particularly faced by girls when it comes to their education in Africa. And then we also have this prevalent issue of harmful cultural practices. For instance, we have female genital mutilation and child marriages that are deeply embedded in some African cultural contexts. So this practice also, we see that sometimes they are perpetuated by family traditions and social norms, and they significantly impact girls' health, education, as well as other rights. Another issue we have noted as a challenge to children's rights is the issue of lack of access to healthcare services. And this includes various challenges. For instance, the lack of funds. Families lack the funds to take their children to hospitals. And then we also note the long distance to hospitals. Another key issue is on access to sexual and reproductive health services by children, which we note that it has faced a lot of backlash from the communities. So we know that children, due to negative attitudes by families and societies and even healthcare service providers on the provision of such services, they do not have access to such. And as a result, this may actually lead to high rates of teenage pregnancies, STIs, amongst other issues. Another issue we note is high rates of sexual violence and abuse, which is most often perpetuated by family members, thereby complicating the reporting and intervention efforts. So, sometimes you deal with cases whereby a child has been abused by the breadwinner. And it actually hinders the reporting process, because one may say, okay, you were raped by your father, but if you report your father, who is going to pay school fees for you? Who is going to support you? So this is also one of the challenges that are being faced when it comes to sexual violence and abuse against children, because at the end of the day, the survivors of the victims fail to report such cases. And then there is also another issue of corporal punishment. We were talking with my colleagues right after lunch that this whole issue of corporal punishment is a problem, because the moment you advocate for the eradication of corporal punishment, we know there is a Bible verse that talks about you spare the rod and spoil the child. So we still have challenges, especially when it comes to corporal punishment in the family settings. We see that children continue being punished by their parents, which in our way we think it's actually a violation of their right to be protected from abuse, torture, and even inhuman or degrading treatment. So another issue is the issue of lack of adequate nutrition, leading to high mortality rates in Africa. And this is often linked to family poverty and food insecurity. We also have issues of armed conflict and terrorism in Africa. We note a number of countries that are actually facing ongoing conflicts. For instance, we have Somalia, DRC, Sudan, Mozambique, Nigeria, and other countries. So we also note that these conflicts, they disconnect children from traditional means of child protection, and they displace many children from their homes. So this displacement, it causes upheaval in communities due to the social and economic burden of on host communities. Recently, the African Children's Committee conducted a study on children without parental care. I'm sure we've been talking since morning that when we're talking about the family, we're not just talking about a mother and a father. We are talking about even the extended family. So we know that we have a number of children who are actually without parental care, and this actually involves children in institutions. We also have children in refugee settlements, amongst other issues. So according to that study, we noted that approximately 35 million children in Africa, they are actually without parental care. And these children face heightened risk of abuse, delinquency, hazardous work, and inadequate access to essential services. And this absence of parental care, often due to poverty, conflict, or other health crises, it leaves children vulnerable and without necessary support. And maybe I can share that at this point, the committee actually decided to develop a general comment on children without parental care, which is going to at least offer guidance to member states on how they can ensure the realization of these rights of children who are without parental care. So another issue that we note is the issue of poverty. We look at a study that was conducted by the African Child Policy Forum in 2023, which highlighted that about 352 million children in Africa, they live in poverty, with about 213 million children facing severe forms of poverty. So when we look at poverty, it exacerbates the issues such as malnutrition, lack of education, and poor health. We also note that children in impoverished families are often deprived of basic needs and opportunities, thereby limiting their potential and perpetuating intergenerational poverty. And then last but not least, we also note the issue of insufficient programs to support vulnerable families, which contribute to children's challenges. So we note that social protection measures are crucial for mitigating the impacts of poverty and ensuring children's right to health, education, and protection. But however, many African families lack access to such support, thereby exacerbating vulnerabilities and hindering children's development. We also note the impact of recent events that has also negatively affected children's rights. For instance, the COVID-19 pandemic, which disrupted education, healthcare services, and an increased economic strain on families. We also note issues of climate change that have led to displacement, food insecurity, and malnutrition, amongst other things. So when you talk about these challenges, we also have to note the progress that has actually been made by member states in ensuring that children still enjoy their rights. So we have noted that there's been progress, particularly in most of the AU member states, in harmonizing their constitutions and laws to conform with the provisions of the African Children's Charter. And as presented by Prof. Zita and Ms. Deborah, we note that many countries have actually enacted laws that provide for the protection of children and even for the protection of the family. We also note that we have countries that have aligned their laws with the provision of the African Children's Charter. For instance, on the legal age of marriage, we note there is Zimbabwe, there is South Africa, and other countries which actually say the legal age of marriage is 18 years and there is no exception to that age of marriage. So that is actually progress on the part of AU member states in aligning their laws with the provisions of the African Children's Charter. So we also note that there have been some policies and programs that have been implemented. For instance, the cash transfer programs that have been implemented by member states as part of their social protection strategies. So we see that these programs are implemented to support families and to protect children's rights, including combating child labor, improving access to education, and providing social protection. And we also have examples including Kenya, Ghana, Ethiopia, Lesotho, South Africa, Malawi, and Zimbabwe. If I don't mention that country, it's not like you're not doing anything. I'm just giving a few examples. And then we also note that since education is a challenge to most children, many African countries have also implemented policies to provide free education for children, aiming to increase enrollment rates, to improve literacy levels, and to ensure that all children can receive education. And then as I spoke about children without parental care, I noted that, we noted that there are many children who are in institutions, yet we want to advocate for the deinstitutionalization of such children. They would rather be with foster parents than for them to be institutionalized. So we also note that there have been progress in many African countries in implementing these programs that promote adoption and foster care to ensure that children grow in conducive family environments. We also note that the countries have been implementing family reunification programs for refugee and displaced children and survivors of trafficking, among other issues. So by way of recommendation, first of all, there's an issue of ratification and implementation. We are aware that the African Children's Charter has not been universally ratified. We have Somalia, Tunisia, Sahrawi Arab Republic, South Sudan, and Morocco that have not ratified the African Children's Charter. So we urge these countries to expedite the process of ratifying the Charter and ensure the effective implementation of the provisions of the Charter. We also note that we have countries that have entered reservations on the provisions of the Charter: Egypt, Mauritania, and South Sudan. So we also advocate for the withdrawal of those reservations to ensure that children's rights are fully realized. Another recommendation is on social protection programs. There is a need to advocate for the expansion and strengthening of programs that support vulnerable families, such as child grants, family allowances, and social insurance schemes. Another recommendation pertains to alleviating poverty and enhancing food security. Governments should prioritize actions to address extreme poverty and improve food security. The issue of education, again, there is a need for investment in education. There is a need to push for increased investment in education infrastructure, teacher training, learning materials to ensure that all children have access not just to education, but quality and inclusive education with special focus on retaining girls and marginalized groups. On the issue of protection from violence, there is a need for governments to enact and enforce stringent laws and policies to protect children from all forms of violence, including child labor, child marriages, trafficking, and domestic abuse, and among other issues. Public awareness is also another key area. There is a need to conduct campaigns to educate communities about children's rights and the importance of a supportive family environment, encouraging community involvement in protecting and promoting the rights of children. And then last but not least, the issue of collaboration is also key. There is a need to foster collaboration between governments, civil society organizations, international agencies, and the private sector to address the multifaceted challenges facing children and families in Africa. So by way of conclusion, I would like to say protecting the rights of children within the context of an African family is not only a moral imperative, but also a necessity for the continent's future development. And in that regard, by strengthening families and ensuring that children have the support and opportunities they need, we can create a brighter and more prosperous future for Africa. Thank you very much for your attention. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Opal. Mrs. Opal. There are a few points that caught my attention in your presentation. You talked about the environment, and we all are aware about that. You know that the environment is primordial for protecting the child. If the child is not protected, they are open to all sort of things that are not advised. So there you definitely have parental responsibility for child development. You also talked about there was a study that was conducted on children that are used in forced labor. They are sent to work in the mines, even to do domestic work, and so that they can contribute to the family budget. You also talked about girls who can no longer return to school due to early pregnancy. We actually dwelled on that in the previous presentations. It's good that you also came back to it, because there are so many girls, I don't know if it's in all countries, that have to leave school at a very tender age, 12, 13, 14 years, because they are pregnant and they can no longer return to school. And they have to, before they even mature, they have to raise their children. You also talked about the 35 million children in Africa who do not have any parental authority. Another study in 2023 talked about 255 million children in Africa living in poverty, lack of education, malnutrition, and so forth. So these are the few points that I jotted down. Of course, you also talked about the recommendations. We'll have the opportunity through maybe Q&A to come back to that. We're not going to take questions right away, not yet. We're going to listen to the other presentations. There's one that I'm going to take priority, take precedence, because the presenter has to travel. I'm going to request Dr. Nunzuzo Mbokazi to make his presentation on the situation of, or the status of the elderly. Dr. Mbokazi is from the University of Cape Town. Doctor, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone is doing well. My name is Nonzuzo Mbogazi. I am a senior researcher on the Family Caregiving Program in Southern Africa. This program is coordinated by Professor Elena Moore at the University of Cape Town, and we do this alongside our collaborators at the University of Namibia, University of Botswana, and University of Malawi. Our work is focused on understanding the care needs of older persons. And you may ask yourself why this is important. And considering, sorry, just. Will it not be like a full view? Okay, I will just continue in the meantime. So you may ask yourself why it is important to understand the state of older persons in Southern Africa. And there has been a rapid increase in the number of older persons in this region. For example, in South Africa, there has been a 75% increase in just 2 decades. And in Namibia, there has been a 40% increase in 1 decade. And in South Africa, older persons make up 9% of the population. There is also an increase of non-communicable diseases, which is shaping illness and how older people are living and accessing healthcare. There's also communicable diseases which continue to persist, such as TB and HIV, especially in low-income areas in the context of South Africa more specifically. There is poor infrastructure in terms of the long-term care needs of older persons, and this is what we try to understand. We try to understand how older people can be better supported when they are living longer. We cannot just be pushing care or care needs of older persons into the family or into the households. How can the state meet the family halfway to try better the lives of older people, especially in the low-income setting? And just to paint a picture of the key policy developments, this morning we discussed the 2004 Plan of Action on the Family in Africa, which centers family. It puts families at the center. And this year is the 20th anniversary of that plan of action. There is also the African Union Social Policy Framework for Africa of 2009. There's the African Common Position on the Family of 2012, the African Union Agenda 2063, the Africa We Want of 2013. These policies have been developed to keep enhancing and supporting African families and their well-being. And alongside this, there are also international developments such as the Sustainable Development Goals, which have been developed in the global north. And Prof. Mokomane, you spoke about this, about policies being developed for the northern context. But if we're looking at the global south and looking specifically at Southern Africa, what are the needs of older people? What do these look like? And this is what our research tries to do. We try to speak to older people. We speak to people who are caregivers who look after older persons in low-income areas and try to understand how governments can step in to facilitate what is more than just cash transfers to ensure the well-being of older people, as we know that this number of older people is increasing rapidly and they need to be supported in their old age, especially when they are no longer working and no longer employed and no longer have that income that comes in that allows them to continue living comfortably. When you're living on a pension grant, there's a lot that you need to cut down on. It compromises the quality of life that you have been used to as an older person, and we are trying to understand all of these areas. And also to stress that when we look at policy developments that have been done in the global north, they stress aging as something that is related to health, so healthy living and ensuring that older persons are healthy, are taking their medication, eating well, or following a dietary requirements that is recommended by healthcare professionals. But our program is trying to go beyond that. We're trying to look at the place where care happens within the household. What is happening in the household, and how can older persons and people who are caregivers be supported in their roles as people who are aging and the people providing care for people who are aging and often managing conditions, chronic conditions such as hypertension, diabetes, and some living alongside diseases such as HIV. So there has to be work to managing these conditions, to ensuring that the older person continues to adhere to medication. So when someone is 65 and has to be at the clinic at the start of every month, someone has to be there to support them, especially in the events where they are no longer mobile, no longer able to walk themselves and access healthcare facilities. They need support. So we are fortunate in South Africa that our health system allows older persons to have a representative who can collect their script on their behalf. But with older persons who aren't supported by anyone in the household, they are faced with the task of having to walk a certain distance to access public transport in order to get to a clinic. So we are trying to look at the ways in which care provision can go beyond cash transfers to support older people. The assumption is often that family is available and can provide care, but this is not the case, especially in a setting where younger people are looking for work elsewhere. We actually came across a lot of cases where younger persons looking after older people were saying that I would love to go to a city to be able to look for work and be able to make an income and be a young person and live a full life and put my educational qualification to use. But I am faced with this conundrum that who do I leave my grandmother with if I move to the city? So they're kind of trapped in these situations where they have to occur the work of providing care for their older persons. And this is also happening in a context where the care work that is involved with providing care is often taken for granted. It is seen as work that is innate, that is supposed to be done by women especially. So we're trying to look at the dynamics of paid work, which is recognized work, unpaid work, which happens in the whole home, which involves looking after children, which involves cooking, cognitive work, the work of planning meals, especially for an older person who has to follow a particular kind of a diet. You need to think about the fact that although it might be easier for me to just fry a piece of meat, I cannot do that because my mother is living with high blood pressure, and we have been advised to rather boil meat in order for her to be able to control her condition. So this is what we're trying to look at. We're looking at paid work, we're looking at unpaid work, we're looking at the cognitive work that goes into caring for an older person. And just to provide some insight in terms of what we do, we gather evidence, and we gather this through qualitative interviews with older persons who are the care receivers and often younger persons who are caregivers. But I must stress that there have been cases where the caregivers are also older persons who maybe are managing conditions themselves. For example, I will use an example from KwaZulu-Natal. I interviewed a couple. One is 65 and one is 64. So the husband is looking after the wife, but he himself has care needs, but he just seems to be still in good health and able to do things in the household, as opposed to his wife who's no longer mobile, who can't stand for long to cook, to wash, to do all of that. So that work has had to be taken on by someone who is older, living with conditions, but in a household where there is no one else to provide that safety net for care. Who manages the care? And this is what we are trying to unpack. This is what we're trying to bring to the forefront to government to understand what is actually happening on the ground. We're trying to encourage government to take a bottom-up approach to providing or developing policies pertaining to older persons. We're trying to be that gap between government, which is often very top-down, and we're on the ground doing the work with older persons in their households, with their family members, with their caregivers, and we're trying to paint a picture to government to look and take our recommendations seriously and hear the voices of older people and what older people are saying. And just to provide context in terms of where we are, as I've already mentioned, we are in Malawi, South Africa, Botswana, and Namibia. We are a team of 35 researchers, and we are working very closely with NPOs, 60 NPOs, and in total, it's 335 families that we have been able to have access to and conduct interviews with and understand their lived experiences. We have been able to write reports and submit them to governments to try bring them to the table to the issue of older persons. And we're not taking away from the fact that in the Southern African context, in the region, there has been a change. There has been a prioritization of older persons and their needs. And we've seen policy developments that stress this, that center older persons, but it is still not enough. There is a gap, there is a lag. And what this work is trying to do is center that, is stress that, and bring it to government to take it seriously. As older people are living longer, what is the plan of action for older persons? And this is what our program is trying to do. Working collectively, we have been able to conduct workshops, webinars, community meetings, and participate in radio interviews as well as television. We are trying to amplify the voice of people who are often overlooked, people who, I wouldn't say voiceless, but if you consider a rural setting in KwaZulu-Natal, people who live in rural areas will tell you that we are forgotten people. We are not citizens. We are not seen as citizens. We battle with poor infrastructure. We are not afforded the ability to live dignified lives because we are in the rural area and no one cares about the rural area. And we are trying to amplify these voices. We are trying to bring to the forefront what we are finding and what we are hearing. And whilst I keep speaking to the rural context, it's important to speak to this context because it's often overlooked, especially when it comes to the care of older persons. But in urban areas that we've conducted interviews in, low-income areas, townships, we have also found difficulties, but these difficulties are quite minor if you compare them to a rural setting. For example, I will use the lived experiences of some of the participants I interviewed who have poor road infrastructure. So I was speaking to a caregiver who is looking after her mother who is living with epilepsy and lung conditions, and she was saying that my mother often faints and we don't have a car, so we have to call an ambulance in order for her to be able to access healthcare facilities, and the ambulance refuses to go down to their home because living in a rural area there are no tarred roads and they live at the bottom of a valley, and the ambulance has gone to their house before. It broke down going down there, so now it refuses to go down to their home, meaning that she needs to put her mother in a wheelbarrow and push her to the top where the ambulance is in order for her to be able to access healthcare. So these are the lived experiences which are pertinent to understand when we're thinking about the need to prioritize the care needs of older people. And in terms of methods, we have reviewed budgets in terms of government spending, in terms of local spending and provincial spending, as well as national spending when it comes to older people. And we have conducted interviews with older persons, with NPOs, and we have tried to assess the daily care practices which are endured by caregivers. We have had conversations with our care networks, and we've assessed monthly budgets in each household to understand what the cost of care looks like in each house. And in terms of collaboration, we have had 19 community meetings across all 4 countries that we are working in. And the community meetings have been the first space where caregivers, care receivers, people who are in government, provincial, local and national, have been able to be in one space and have a conversation about the difficulties pertaining to older persons and their care needs. And government officials in these meetings have shared that they have been unaware, and that is because they are seldom doing that groundwork of understanding the lived experiences of people on the ground. And this is what our work is trying to bring to the forefront. We're trying to amplify the voices of the people who need the government's attention and ear the most. And having reviewed government spending, we have seen that yes, aging in place has been prioritized by South Africa's government, but there's also been a drop by 13% in community care spending. There is also a skewed cash transfer there's also been skewed spending in terms of cash transfers and residential homes. So government has reduced funding in terms of what it contributes to residential homes for older persons. And in terms of the pension grant, the older pension grant, we cannot ignore that the people that we have spoken to have consistently stressed that if it wasn't for the grant, they would not be able to survive. They wouldn't be able to live. It is basically the lifeline of their family, but it is not enough. So government has to think about services, the provision of services. What would this look like in order to better the lives of older persons? So we need better presence in terms of community-based carers. We need a stronger presence of food programs, especially in light of food insecurity with rising food prices. And you may say that in rural areas, well, there's an option to grow your own food, but with climate change, this is not as it once was. And it came up in some of the interviews that we conducted. And it's also important that we speak about the multidimensional view of poverty. We are aware of the fact that poverty is relational to each household, and we try to stress this in our work. We try to stress what a budget or expenditure or government expenditure should look like. We have tried to stress this in the reports that we have written. And it's also still speaking about pensions. It is also important to know that in the context of South Africa, especially with high unemployment rates, the pensions are not combined with some form of income. So it is solely the pension alone which sees to the needs of entire families. And the families that we worked in are multi-generational. For example, I'll use an example of a household in a rural setting. It's a family of 13 people. It's 4 adults and 9 children, all looking to the older person grant of the grandmother who lives in the household. So this shows you how these families are stretched thin and not able to live the kinds of lives that they envision because of their current setting, socioeconomic setting. And I think I've spoken at length about basic services being poor in rural areas. And just to provide some numbers to support this, in Namibia, 67% of older persons were making use of pit latrines, and in all 4 regions we saw this that older persons, with the exception of townships, were making use of pit latrines, and this is difficult for an older person to do. Many of them shared the difficulties in accessing this form of a toilet, but it's the only option that they have. So we are trying to stress this in order for government to start thinking differently about the planning, the spatial planning of rural areas, and how this hinders and impacts the lives of older persons. Living independently, specifically in the rural context, is something that is impossible to achieve for older persons. It is impossible for them to collect water on their own, to collect wood on their own. They need help. And this is what we're trying to stress. Once more, we're trying to stress what the needs of older persons, not only in rural areas, but also in township settings where we have conducted interviews, are telling us that they need. And just for the interest of time, to conclude, what we are stressing in this presentation is the fact that there has been a huge focus on the care of older persons being related to health inequalities. And we think that it is important to look beyond that and look at the care needs of older people in their context. We need to be in their homes, understand what it means to live in a rural area, what it means to live in a township setting as an older person managing various conditions. And the fact that the state has pushed back care into the household, this is often gendered. The work of caring for older persons is done by women and sometimes children, and there needs to be some reconfiguration of how the state envisions the care for older people. And just to stress the fact that pensions alone are not enough, there needs to be support in the form of food programs, home-based care groups, which I have already mentioned. And in terms of social protection, there's often a discourse that there's tension between an increase of the child grant or an increase of the older person's grant. And we are trying to stress that social protection should not be in contention with one another. There shouldn't be tension between grants, because sponsoring or funding older persons benefits children, and focusing and funding children also benefits older people. So we're trying to stress that social protection should not be in conflict or in contention in any way. And there's also food insecurity, which we have spoken about, and poor access to basic services. And thank you very much for the opportunity to share our work, and we are looking forward to your input and insights in terms of what we have shared. And thank you for your attention and the space to share our work. I appreciate it.
Merci, Dr. Mbokazi.
Thank you, Dr. Mbokasi, for the presentation. You actually raised the challenges encountered by the elderly, children who go to work elsewhere, finances that diminish with retirement, so there's not enough income. Their state of health that deteriorates with age, and even within rural areas, all the challenges that they encounter. So having said this, I'm going to end here and ask or invite the next presenter. We'll have the opportunity in the end to come back to your presentation, Dr. Mbokazi. At this juncture, we're going to move on to the next presentation on the status of the elderly, no, rather, of persons with disability, rather. So, Dr. Mrs. Ruth Mutumula, can you please proceed with your presentation? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's Ruthie. Looking forward to become the director for disabled name, which is a network of women else with disabilities, and specialized for covering Western, Southern, Western, Northern, Central regions. It's founded, short, it's founded in Tanzania, women with disabilities from various African countries with a gender to advance rights and joint rights, women and girls with disabilities, but also great voices to influence legislation. As monitoring to ensure the gender disability inclusion is consistent. Till to date, LIWA has worked very closely with African disabilities, whom together built cities, young women leadership, strengthened partnerships to advance disability rights in Africa, and also participated in voting, speaking some of the African but also we have participated in many contributions on this movement, gender, disability, model. I don't know. Is it? Or is it?
Sorry.
Oh.
Have you Zoom opened?
Yes.
Switch off the those interpreters are having some challenges. Yeah, switch off the mic, please.
This one?
Yeah. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So today I'm very privileged to come before this committee on gender, family, and youth, and people with disabilities under the theme Enhancing African Family Values to Achieve Citizens' Socioeconomic Protection and Security, to make this statement about the family values in context of persons with disabilities, and especially women and girls with disability. I would like to bring to your attention that the subject of family values to achieve citizens' socioeconomic protection and security is very relevant, and it is very crucial for persons with disabilities, considering various needs of these groups at different levels. A major issue for persons with disabilities and their families is access to income through employment or even self-employment. You may note that living with a disability not only affects the individual who is concerned, but it also increases the vulnerability of the entire family. Persons with disability are likely to have additional costs as a result of disability, as they may have to spend more than others in terms of health care and even rehabilitation. And even when we talk about assistive devices and technologies and issues of modifying their homes, accessible transportation, and all that. Caregivers of persons with disabilities within the family also, including mothers and elders, even their siblings, they often forego earning opportunities or even their education because they have to take care of someone who has a disability in the family. So members, while legal provisions for social protection are in place in many African countries, poor access to information about the entitlements and also inaccessible payment schemes, they all prevent many persons with disabilities, and particularly women with disability, from receiving any level of financial support. This issue is even more acute for women who care for children with disabilities, since they are unlikely to have their time to have paid work. They are mostly even taking their time taking care of their children, and yet they are excluded from all these entitlements. Currently, while many African states have signed the UN Convention on Rights of Persons with Disability, the UNCRPD, and even went further to domesticate through the country legislation such as the Disability Act, to make awareness of the rights and the need to recognize disability rights as rights. Many countries still struggle with social, economic, and cultural challenges to implement robust programs that address the socioeconomic protection and security. To date, the continent of Africa has reported many cases of sexual and gender-based violence of women and girls with disability. And even more especially, we have heard a lot of cases around women with psychosocial disability, deaf, the visually and speech impaired persons. And also, to date, you find that many countries have reported lack of employment and access to land, and as well as resources that can facilitate financial independence and reduced gender-based violence among persons with disability. And especially we are talking also about women who even report increased vulnerability when they are financially dependent on others. We did one of this research, and it was evident that women felt having more power if they are financially independent,
They felt that indeed we can walk away from abusive relationships. They can be able to access their sexual and reproductive health services and even rights. But when this is taken away from them, and especially even when also we talk about land, because over 90% of people with disability are living in the rural areas, where even when we talk about land is a very important issue for them. And unfortunately, the studies have found that many African countries do not consider women with disabilities as real landowners. As such, this perpetuates violence and further vulnerability. Countries like Malawi, Tanzania, and others have also seen persons with albinism, right to life, being threatened. And this has been due to issues of skin conditions, diseases, but also where in cases where we have seen abductions and killing of persons with albinism, which has indeed posed insecurity to both persons with albinism and even their families. It is a fact that many families in African contexts tend to prioritize children without disabilities and boys as well in terms of education as compared to girls and as compared to girls with disabilities. And so there are many reported cases that girls with disabilities are pushed to beg in the streets to earn family finances, of which they have been robbed of their childhood and socialization, while their non-disabled siblings, they go to school and they are able to go to enjoy the childhood development in the process. This has increased the vulnerability and it has threatened the future of many girls with disability, creating a cycle of economic burden to a family and also the nation as a whole. Many women with disabilities in Africa are single mothers. They are also coming from very poor backgrounds. The thing is, most men, they look at women with disabilities, they become women or wives at night, but during the day, they are denied. They are not important. As a result, many women find themselves raising children by themselves. But also there is a situation where women with disabilities are denied at times to even raise their own children because of the disability. For instance, you find a woman with disability who is deaf, and they say that, okay, if this one raises this child, the child will end up being this way. So they find that their children are taken away from them. And also at times we have had reports whereby, for instance, in Kenya, we had women whose womb would be removed without their consent because maybe the guardian is thinking and feeling very sorry for a woman with a disability, to say that my child, the way the disability is, how are they going to give birth or be able to have a proper family. But you find that when the person now grows and they want to have their own family and they are expecting to have their own children, and then they discover that the process that has taken place in the past was to remove their womb. And of course, there are also other scenarios where they have been forced to abort some of the pregnancies. In many African cultures, persons with disabilities are often viewed through a lens of superstition and stigma. Some communities attribute disabilities to cases, witchcraft, or even divine punishment, leading to significant social stigma against individuals with disabilities and their families. So even family members, you find that when they go about, they are discriminated against for having a relative who has a disability. There is also a tendency whereby some family members, because they have a child with a disability, they tend to say that this child belongs to the government. So that means there's that perception that no, there's nothing that we can do. They would give concentration to children that do not have a disability. And they will be thinking that the government is the one that needs to take responsibility. However, families, we believe that they really play a critical role in advocating, in nurturing, and even in supporting girls and women with disabilities. A loving and inclusive family environment can really, as my earlier colleagues mentioned, that they can really provide emotional support, they can provide encouragement, and even practical assistance, because normally persons with disabilities will require assistance almost on a daily basis, which are really vital for their personal and socioeconomic development. And so ensuring that girls and women with disabilities have what they need to succeed is really a cornerstone of their socio-economic security. We understand that there are opportunities that are presented to us through the various conventions, such as the UNCRPD, where even Article 23 talks about respect for home and family that recognizes right to marry, parenthood, and even family unity. Article 7, that is talking about children with disabilities, where the states is really emphasizing that there must be family preservation and support. And Article 28, that talks about adequate standard of living and social protection. But also, if we look at our African Disability Protocol that has just come into force, that is taking into consideration the local customs, practices, and challenges. Article 16, 20, 26, 27, they all talk about even family values and the need for social protection programs. For instance, when we talk of Article 20 of the African Disability Protocol, it does provide the regional dimensions to governments, obligations to ensure that women and girls with disabilities have rights, enjoy an adequate standard of living for themselves and even for their families. It emphasizes the need for integration of the gender disability inclusive perspectives in policies, legislation, plans, as well as programs and budgets, and even all activities in all spheres. Moreover, the African Union's agenda of 2063, which aims to achieve inclusive and sustainable socio-economic development across Africa, one of its key priorities is the empowerment and protection of women and girls, including those with disabilities. The strategy does incorporate targeted measures to ensure social protection for women and girls with disability, recognizing their unique challenges and their need for tailored support systems in Africa. Additionally, the African Union strategy for gender equality and the women's empowerment aligns with Agenda 2063, promoting gender mainstreaming across all sectors. This strategy addresses the legislative
and policy frameworks to protect and empower women with disabilities, ensuring they have access to education, health care, and also economic opportunities. Many African countries, as we all have been saying even in the morning, that indeed we have laws, we have the policies that are aimed at protecting the rights of even people with disabilities. However, we see that the implementation and the enforcement of such laws is really weak. Legal frameworks in this context might also exist in theory, but in a practical sense, there hasn't been a lot of support and resources that can frequently respond to these needs. One of our recommendations as we look at all this is that we do believe that integrating the principles of the Convention on Rights of Persons with Disability, but also the African Disability Protocol with the family values can really significantly enhance the socio-economic protection and security of girls and women with disabilities. Therefore, states must really develop social protection programs with a gender and disability lens. Learning from some of the social protection programs that we have even had, looking at what is really that has been working, we see most of social protection programs that are even leaving out persons with a disability, which is against some of the legislations that we have really signed, especially not discriminating one on basis of disability. For instance, I'll give an example whereby in Malawi, last year in March, we had these disasters where we had seen a lot of lives being lost through the floods, and among these were also persons with disabilities that even had lost even their assistive devices along the process. They were displaced, and some their land were even washed away, especially those women that had relied more on farming. But the minister had laws to respond to this issue by saying that, okay, for persons with disability, we can just give them, such relief items, but they cannot be given, they cannot benefit from the farm inputs subsidy programs. And we really had an outcry there to say, how can you say that? Because it was to do with attitude to say that as a person with disability, they cannot do farming. But yet, we went to most of the districts that were affected, and you find that the women that depended on sugarcane farming, and they can no longer farm in those places. And yet, on the other part, those that are making decisions are thinking that these ones cannot do farming and cannot benefit from the farming input subsidy programs. We do recommend that we must be able to review and even formulate policies that should be in line with promoting family values and ensuring socioeconomic protection and security for persons with disabilities. That should also be inconsistent with the provisions in the UNCRPD as well as the ADP. We must be able to ensure consultations and self-representation of persons with disability, including women and girls with disability, to ensure that the gender and the disability inclusion angle is considered. We also call that we must be able to engage with various stakeholders, such as the community leadership, the religious institutions, the media, as well as the community members and families to really increase awareness and break barriers to effectively implement relevant programs. Because you also find that along with the social protection programs that the government could provide, we had the reports whereby even some family members would take away even those things from the persons with disabilities, or even the processes of them even benefiting, making it very hard for persons with disability to access such programs and services. We must be able to ensure that such programs, such as the National Economic Empowerment Programs, they must be inclusive to the young people, but also women with disabilities and persons with disabilities in general, and that the provisions such as the disability trust funds in the countries must ensure that they benefit also the guardians and the caretakers and the families of persons with disabilities, so that we are able to provide economic stability on the households of persons with disability. As we mentioned earlier, that some they abandon their career because they need to take care of persons with disability. We understand that there are some other countries, maybe not in Africa, but you find that they are just because maybe they are single mothers, they are getting really something almost on a monthly basis. But in this case, we are looking at persons with disability who have even more needs. Their caretakers are not well compensated. Also talk about the need to provide scholarships, grants, and financial aid to specifically targeted girls and women with disabilities, so that we can reduce financial barriers to education. Of course, on this one, we had many African countries reporting lack of resources to pursue higher learning. While it is encouraging, we encourage inclusive education, states must also really develop robust vocational training programs that are tailored to needs of women and girls with disability to enhance their skills and employability, because we know that depending on the disability, others can really pursue education, and others can really be trained in their skills that they can be relevant even to the employment sector. Of course, we have had many reported cases also that women with disabilities are mostly not employed.
Madame Ruth, s'il vous plaît, excusez-moi.
Excuse me?
In 1 to 2 minutes, please, because we have some more presentations, because we need to finish at 4.
Yes, I'm finishing with the last point. So in terms of employment, we really want that there must be affirmative actions in employment, and also create supportive laws that would ensure both public and private sector that are able to employ persons with disability. And lastly, we really call upon the need to invest in research to really collect data on the status and the needs of women and girls with disabilities in Africa, which is going to really inform even policy making and the program development, but also be able to monitor to what extent persons with disabilities are benefiting from these programs. Thank you.
Mrs. Ruth, thank you very much for your presentation. It is good to recall that the Pan-African Parliament, with the assistance of our partners, and required or demanded a model law on the protection of people living with disabilities a thing that has been happening for about 2-3 years now. This law is available to all member states, and it will be a good thing if we continue to circulate this law among members of parliament, especially those newcomers. So we did that in Mauritius. We presented a law recently based on, not essentially, but partly on this model law, and it will be advisable for all member states to have access to this document, and that you can, so that you can have a law that will protect people living with disabilities as much as possible. In order to gain time, I'm going to move on to session 4 directly, and I'm going to request Professor Setla Molapo to do their presentation on the adopting a decolonial lens in African policy making. Professor Molapo, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I hope I'm audible. So my name is Spetla Molapo, and I'm a sociologist by training. I'm also a trained priest, but I'm not practicing. I ran away. I have been invited to come and offer some reflections on the question of adopting a decolonial lens on African policy making. And I have to start by saying that one could easily approach that topic by looking at policy processes and practices developed in the global north and applied to the global south. And one could problematize that approach as a way of undertaking a decolonial lens in African policy making. But what one also could actually take a counter to that. One could look at those positions that have tried to critique public processes and practices that are imagined in the North and imposed in the global South by taking or advocating for African-centered public policy making, which takes African experience and knowledges and epistemologies serious. But I'm not going to follow any of these paradigms because I think they are well established in the literature. I'm going to try and speak briefly because I want to be clear. I'm going to try and speak briefly to what I think is new and what I think we should pay attention to in African public policy making. And I'm going to begin my talk by claiming that irrespective of the many attempts at decolonization in the continent, public policy making in the continent remains decolonized, it's not decolonized. And I argue that it's not decolonized because it has not addressed the problematic, the elephant in the room, which is that it has been working with an understanding of politics that is not decolonized. We are very much using a colonial understanding of politics in order to deal with processes and practices that emerge or that inform public policy making. What do I mean when I say that public policy making process is problematic because it works with an understanding of politics that is very much colonial? I mean one thing. I mean that we are still working with an understanding of politics that assumes a de-socialized nature. We are working with an understanding of politics that is a construct of the opposition between physis and nomos, the understanding of the opposition between law and what is outside of law, the world of nature and objects. And that understanding of, it's the understanding that really informs the constitution of the nation state, that politics is the space of reason, and everything that is outside of politics is the space of unreason. We still very much, public policy making still very much is informed by that understanding of politics. And I'm going to try briefly to deliberate on what I think is the problem with that kind of approach to public policy making that assumes a colonial kind of understanding of politics. The first one, I think I'm going to borrow from Dr. Nonzuzo, is that it gives us, it assumes forgotten people. They are insiders and the forgotten people. Precisely because in the colonial context, in colonial understanding, colonial thought, and its understanding of politics, nature is not just domain outside of politics, of law, but nature is terrain also for the location of colonized people. Colonized people belong together with nature. It's because politics, the space of politics, the space of colonizers, of people with power. And so the chief problem of working with a colonial understanding of politics is that it creates a binary between insiders, people who belong to the space of politics, and forgotten people, to use your term, Dr. Nonzuzo. And in the colonial context, forgotten people were colonized people, with women being worst constituency among these colonized people, and people with disability probably constituting another terrain of people who are whose fortunes are really detrimental. People who have a different sexual orientation, people who are gay and lesbian, worse for them. And so this is the fundamental problem of a colonial understanding of politics, which still informs public policy making. It's that it creates these forgotten people. And if you push the argument further down the line, you may realize that it can even create people that, it can create, these forgotten people can actually become a surplus people, surplus lives, Achille Mbembe's surplus lives, that can be a target of power, people who can just be sacrificed to the utility of politics. And for me, this is really the fundamental problem of contemporary public policy making. It's that it has left the elephant in the room unattended to. We may have had ujamaa and radical forms of trying to respond to colonial public policy making, but all these radical approaches have left politics, the understanding of politics, untouched rather. And so we still continue to work with that that colonial understanding of politics. And you can clearly see it in our contemporary era by the discourse of inclusion empowerment, which presupposes that there's an upper room and that there's a lower deck. And the people in the lower deck have to be moved up to the upper room if they meet the criteria. They have to meet the criteria to go up. And that's clear. It's a clear manifestation of the colonial understanding of politics that works with binaries, insiders, outsiders. And I am going to suggest today that there's a way in which we can begin to move towards a more decolonized understanding of politics in public policy making in Africa. And that the way to do so is to actually begin to think about politics in relation to a process that deliberately tries to desocialize nature. That politics must be a result of processes of thinking, of desocializing nature. And that's very important. That's very, very important as far as I'm concerned. The process of desocializing nature simply means that we have to go back to the colonial hierarchy, or the colonial binary rather, that provides us with an understanding of politics, that binary between physis and nomos. We have to collapse that such that politics becomes the most natural way of being in community. So nature is not outside of the terrain of politics and of reason of the socially constructed life. But politics is the most natural way of being in the world and of sharing life, community with others, and of distributing resources fairly, justly, and equitably. So if we take that approach of socializing nature, what the implications are is that people who are forgotten, and this forgottenness, Dr. Nonzuzo, I think it's the consequence of colonization. Surplus people, forgotten people, they're blacks in a context of racial, in racial contexts, they're blacks in informal settlements, in townships, but there's also women in those contexts of deprivation, women, people with disability, and so on and so forth. If we desocialize nature, then we are saying that our understanding of politics rejects a binary of insiders and outsiders. That we, instead of working with a restrictive understanding of politics, which opposes nature, which seeks to locate nature outside of reason and of politics, of law, that we actually see nature as the ground for the undertaking of political work. Nature is the very basis for the articulation of community. So in that instance, if we take that approach, we will begin to see that the non-human animal is not, there's no hierarchy. We actually break down the hierarchy between the human and the non-human, the world of politics, law, and of nature. We break down that hierarchy such that the person, the human, and the non-human animal, and the world of objects all share. They belong to the same. They are all equal before the sun. So that yourself and the hyena are equal. You have an equal standing. You are not above the hyena. That the human can only appear in that world as having priority simply because of ethical considerations. That we emerge in that world as above the rest simply because we are guardians. The ethical responsibility, it's only on the basis purely of ethical responsibility that the human can emerge in that schema where politics is more expansive and not restricted, as the human can emerge in that context as a guardian, not because the human is better than the hyena or the tree, but because our location in the world require ethical responsibility towards animals, towards nature, and so on and so forth. So it is really this kind of understanding of politics that I think is missing in the way that we approach public policy making. And it's the source. It's the kind of sense of politics that I am trying to think through, promote, and hopefully I can be able to write about it sometime soon. Maybe you can read my research sometime soon. And I'm actually advocating for this understanding of politics, which is more expansive, which erases forgotten people's surplus lives, because I am trying to speak back to recent literature which says that decolonization in public policy making is irrelevant. In fact, that the idea that the decolonization discourse itself is irrelevant, is outdated in Africa in thinking about public policy. And I'm thinking that could never be far from the truth. Because if there's anything else, if there's anything that is relevant to public policy making, it is decolonization, especially the decolonization of politics. Thank you. I want to stop right there.
Thank you, Professor Sepetla, for your contribution, which has taken us to enable us to deconstruct to the development of policies. I think that it is it's something that we need to continue thinking about. We, as members of parliament, we are delighted to get your perspective and to pay attention to it when we make recommendations. Now, earlier we saw the status of members of the family. We have reviewed the situation of children, the status of persons living with disabilities, the status of the elderly. We also looked at the role of family sensitives adopting a decolonial lens in African policy making. Mr. Lefoko, I don't know if he's still online. I would like to give him the floor now, and he is going to briefly talk about the role of family-sensitive social protection. And after that, we're going to have a series of question and answers, and then we're going to wrap up. Mr. Lufoko, if you're online, please, you have the floor. Mr. Lufoko?
Est-ce que Monsieur Lefoko...
Is Mr. Lufoko online? Can you hear us, Mr. Lufoko?
Si Monsieur Lefoko...
If Mr. Lefoko is not online, we are going to delve into the Q&A session while waiting for him to connect. That will enable us to save time. Now, are there people who like to put questions regard to the presentations that have been made? Yes. Ghana. Any others? Angola. Zimbabwe. Eswatini. So we already have 5 persons who like to put up questions. We're going to start with Honorable Sandra from Mauritius. Honorable Sandra, you have the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. I'd like to laud my friend, Chairperson. Thank you for giving me the floor to address the honorable MPs and other invited guests. I'm delighted to represent my country, Mauritius. I haven't heard a lot about Mauritius in the various presentations, because we're not here to give lessons, but we're here to share, just like the other colleagues, share what is happening in other countries, today it's a topic of a heated debate, just like the topics of discussions that we had yesterday in the parliament. That is, which shows the importance of education in Africa today. We talking about the family can only be a good thing, just like Madam Chair said. When we talk about family, we talk about family values as pillars on which we draw inspiration from during crises and even other occasions. But when we talk about a family, when we talk about values, we are all Africans. We have different values. When we talk about values, we have family, religious, cultural values. We in Mauritius, we can say that our country is a melting pot of cultures. There are several communities that live under the same roof. So we've got different values, but we share in all of them and respect them. And I'm sure it's the same. The same applies to other countries in Africa. Each country has their values, but our duty is to respect the family values of each African country. I'd like to come in as regards how to go about the situation of the elderly and persons living with disabilities, like my colleague, Honorable Franco Kiran, underscored. We have made changes and amendments to the draft law on the protection of people living with disabilities in the Parliament a few months ago. We have also made amendments to the draft law on the protection of the child. We also made amendments and voted the draft laws for the protection of people with disabilities. This is testament to the fact that with us in Mauritius, we're doing our level best to be faithful to the Human Rights Convention and the Charter of the Human Rights Convention. When we take Article 25, where everybody has the right to the better life, to health, social services, and Article 26, everybody has the right to education. Article 27, everybody has the right to take part freely in the cultural life, in the arts and sciences. We can go on. But we in Mauritius, and I'm convinced that it will be good to focus on that reflections. I think family values should hinge on legal instruments. There should be laws, and if these laws are implemented, families could actually promote their family values. For example, in Mauritius, education is obligatory, it's compulsory. Children are forced to go to school, they're obliged to go to school. And I'm talking about every child, be they normal or living with disabilities, they are obliged to go to school. Now, in schools, we have specialized teachers who manage children with disabilities. If they cannot go to schools to normal schools, we have specialized schools. So this is to empower people living with disabilities, because we believe in the potential of these people. We voted a draft law, and today in Mauritius, it is compulsory. It is part and parcel of our laws that there should be a quota of people who live with disabilities that are employed in offices, in institutions, and these people, whether we like it or not, they have to need a quota of people living with disabilities. How are we going to employ them if they have not received any education? So as regards education as well, In our country, the government takes care of the education of children from childhood. That's the first day of class from primary school to university, and education is free of charge in Mauritius. So parents no longer need to stress with regard to the funding of their children's education. They have the time and the means to continue perpetuating these family values generation after generation. Empowering the family is also means assisting them in entrepreneurship. If we provide the resources to entire families to start entrepreneurship, this means that we are going to value this entrepreneurship, and that is exactly what we're doing in Mauritius. And now, as regards senior citizens, that's the elderly, in Mauritius, they are the happiest people because increasingly they have they receive free medical health. They are part of senior citizens clubs, and today it's possible for them to have their pension increased, and it gives them some dignity, the possibility to grow old in dignity. They can travel. They can even help their children and grandchildren because they have the means. They are provided with this financial means. The list is long, but I'm going to give the floor. I'd like to leave the others to express themselves. There are so many measures that have been put in place to ensure that we should continue striving and working for these family values. And they are based on legal instruments. The law, which states that you have to do this or that, right to education, right to housing. The government of Mauritius has ambitions. It could be ambitious, but they plan to to build 12,000 low-cost housing for people with low income. Is one way of providing dignity to people who have been squatting on state land for years. So today we provide low-cost housing, and we are not. It's not really assistance as such. We propose these people to pay a certain percentage, and the family pays the remainder every month. This is just to show the people that we are giving you a fishing rod to learn how to fish and to continue and working so that the family values could last, be sustainable. That's what I wanted to share with you in my experience in Limoris, and if that can inspire you, I'll be delighted. Thank you, Honorable Sandra. I think I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Lufoko, who is now online. His intervention, it gives me, after 60 years, let's go to Mauritius. That is the land of senior citizens. Mr. Lufoko, if you are ready now, the floor is yours. On the role of family-sensitive social protection. Thank you.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure to have you online in our seminar or workshop. Now I would like to pass the floor to Honorable Primpe from Ghana for her question and observation.
Thank you very much, Chair. Aging. Aging is a natural process. And if by the grace of God, God grants you that grace, you pass through it. So I believe that it's important that we make certain programs and policies that will help all of us, because if by the grace of God, God grants you that grace, you pass through it. As I said earlier this morning, back home in Ghana, we have before Parliament the Aged Bill, and it's a proposed legislation that aims to protect the rights of the elderly, the aged, and also to integrate their rights and needs to the national policy, and also to ensure holistic care of older persons. Unfortunately, when we were growing up back home in Ghana, we had the opportunity to sit with elderly people in the evening to listen to stories. But unfortunately, even though technology is good, urbanization is good, we now have digital parenting and all that, but we are losing that bond, that respect that young people had for the elderly, and the advice that we sought to get from the elderly. Unfortunately, back home in Ghana, in the northern part of Ghana, we have something that, unfortunately, is not the best, but we have something that we call the witch camp. Unfortunately, about 90% of elderly women who are sent there are perceived to be witches, because by the grace of God, God has granted them the grace to grow, so they see them as witches. If God grants you the grace to see your children through proper education, you are seen as a witch. If God grants you the grace to be economically viable, you are seen as a witch. So it's a worrying situation. That's why back home in Ghana, we have put together a program that we've dubbed LEAP. LEAP is the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty. And we've made conscious effort to target female-headed households, to empower them financially so that they can take care of their children, their grandchildren, they can take care of their health care and all that. So, and also it aids in poverty reduction. But unfortunately, how do we identify these people? I don't know what pertains in I don't know the country the previous presenter is coming from, but I don't know whether we have a database on these elderly people. Research have shown that we have this group of people that we can target to support. Now I want to touch on the disability. We have passed the Disability Act in Ghana to also promote the rights and the well-being of persons with disability. And when I glanced through the African model law on disability, I realized that all our provisions conform with what we have here. So we've made a headway. But the issue again is what my sister from Sierra Leone talked about: the oversight. Do member countries have the political will to comply with the provisions in the model law on disability? The oversight, that is where I believe the issue is. So I want to find out from the presenter, how can we go around it? We've passed wonderful bills, we have these provisions. How do we ensure that member countries comply and conform with the model law that we have here, so that our persons living with disability can also have some comfort? When we started talking about disability, I was asking myself, even in Pan-African Parliament, back home in Ghana, we've passed the bill. We want to ensure that disabled persons have access. But even here, apart from the lift, I don't see any ramp around. So if a disability person is not able to access the lift, what are we talking about? We should be able to walk the talk. So I'm asking how we can, put ourselves together to ensure that member countries, when we get back, let's put ourselves together and see how best we can pursue this disability model, the model law on disability. It's very important. Disability is no respecter of persons. It could happen to you at any time. It could happen at any time. So we should make sure that the provisions that we have enshrined in this law, it's made viable, and we protect and support our persons living with disability. So I want to emphasize that we should continue to advocate. I mean, it's about education, education, education. Sometimes we walk the talk, we pass beautiful laws, it ends up sitting on our ranks and we don't even pursue it. Let's take it up as members of parliament to pursue it, especially promote it, advocate, and ensure that it gets to our grassroots, our localities, so that we will represent our constituencies well in parliament. So this is what I want to bring to fore, that how do we comply in the political will and the oversight to ensure that the provisions enshrined in this model law is complied with. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Senhora Presidente.
Thank you, Chairperson. Well, without further ado, I would like to go straight to the point because we have other colleagues that want to use the floor. As my colleagues said, in Angola, we also do have child protection laws, elderly protection laws. We have laws to protect people with disability, of mandatory requirements for people of disability. For the schooling system, it's mandatory and free for the 2 levels. We have free healthcare in the country. We have children registration, namely in the urban area, which is mandatory. And to speak about people with disability at the level of the country, we have about 22 schools with about 6,000 teachers and 44,000 students registered to be inclusive. But we do face issues yet. For example, only 30% of children in early stages of life, they are registered. We have child that are exploited, that are married involuntarily. And this happens in terms of the laws that are approved, but the problem is implementation. What do we need to do as MPs in order to implement the laws? Because we approve the documents, we discuss the issues, we have laws that are approved that are still on top of our desks. They are not implemented on the ground. In Angola, we have experiences where we are able to implement these laws. That means that we need to report results of the laws that are approved by ourselves in our countries and here in PAP, and also to present the results. We need to be able to say that with the approved law, this is the outcome. We have some evidence. We show with our nice PowerPoints, the nice studies, beautiful evidences. And now, what are we doing? When we will be able to emerge this continent, to show and to walk the talk, and to take things from the paper and to put it on the ground where people live? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Okay. Merci. Je pense que la parole...
Thank you. I think the floor will now be given to Zimbabwe.
J'ai mis ça après.
Thank you, Chair. I will be brief because of time, and I'll go straight to the representation of Mrs. Wanda. Zimbabwe Constitution in 2013 guarantees the rights of children, including the right to life, education, health and care, protection from exploitation and abuse. The Children's Act 2001 provides for the care, protection and maintenance of children, including provisions for child custody, guardianship, and adoption. The Education Act 2001 mandates free and compulsory primary education for all children, and the government has made efforts to increase access to education. International agreements, Zimbabwe has ratified international treaties like UN Convention on the Rights and Welfare of Child, AEC, RWC. Healthcare system provides for child care services, including vaccination programs and maternal health care. Madam Chair, despite these legal frameworks, challenges persist, including poverty and economic hardship. Also, illegal sanctions which were imposed in Zimbabwe by Britain are failing us, and all that it's affecting people living with disabilities, orphans, and our children in Zimbabwe. I thank you with this view.
Merci.
Thank you. And then we give the floor to Eswatini.
Thank you, Chair. I'm on the. I have two questions. The first one being that stigma is one of the challenges, especially for the disabled people or people living with disabilities. As a result, some of them even drop out of school. If you ask what was the problem, they said, no, they are laughing at me. So my concern is this: how can we protect them? Are there any international laws that we maybe, as lawmakers in the country, we may quote them maybe and have our own laws to protect them? Another question on elderly. Some of the elderly live there with their grandchildren because their children have passed away. What do you do when you take them from their homes to elderly houses or elderly homes? Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Merci.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member from Eswatini. I would like to add two small questions and ask that the presenters, as part of their concluding remarks, that they answer these questions that have been addressed to them. My first question goes to the professor who spoke about older persons. I would like to find out at what age does one join this category of the elderly? Because the example you gave, you mentioned a couple 64 and 65 years old. In fact, but you're not old yet at that age, isn't it? Because you still have lots of energy. So this is why I would like to ask, from what age onwards can one be classified as being part of the senior citizens so that we can already start preparing to go to Mauritius? Now, my second question relates to the presenter on the rights of the child, and I would like to talk about what happens in Asia. So in the Asian countries, have they also adopted a charter on the rights of the child? Because they have another way of educating their children, which seems perhaps hard, but which is not necessarily bad. And I think we can see the results from these children. And in fact, before they reach the age of adulthood, they've already achieved a great number of things. And personally, I have the impression that we have focused a lot on the rights of the child in our countries, but we forget that we need to also educate the children to be able to face life, because it's not just, it's just a personal reflection on my part, but I just want to know what would happen in Asia, for example, in terms of the rights of the child. I would like to share a point on retirement with you. I have done some research a few years ago, and I would like you to do the same exercise, actually. And this would be to know what the word for retirement exists in our language. How do we use the word retirement in our languages? And in Côte d'Ivoire, we didn't find a word for retirement, because retirement is not a concept that we have. Because an elderly person can perhaps not be strong enough anymore to go into the field and plant and so on, but it can still they can still look after children. So for us, it was very difficult to find a word for retirement in our languages. So it is definitely a concept that came with the working world, with the professional world, isn't it? And I think we need to think about it in Africa. And we are still in Africa, part of a community, and there's always something to do as an elderly person. So we need to enrich our manner in which we actually treat or deal with the concept of retirement. So these would be my questions and reflections, and I would like to now give the floor to you, perhaps 2 or 3 minutes, and answer to the questions and make the final remarks. Okay, the chairperson of the Health Committee would like to also come in. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. There's something we didn't really talk about, and which I did not hear being talked about, and it's about the proliferation of drugs. In our country, in Mauritius, we have a really big problem, a big concern, Sandra as well, regarding what families are going through whose children are drug users. We have synthetic drugs that are killing, that are cheap, that are a lot more available than other hard drugs that are selling at every street corner in certain regions in particular, and in my jurisdiction, for example. And there are young people who are consuming these drugs who do not hesitate to steal from their parents, to be aggressive towards their parents, to make them give them money. And these parents, I can tell you, are terrorized. It is a real big drama. It's real a drama that the families are experiencing, and there are hundreds of families in the country that are at the hands of all of the scourge that is actually related to the proliferation of drugs in our country. So we could say here that we need to allow a child to live in a safe environment and to protect the child, of course, but we need to also realize that because there are scourges to which, unfortunately, young people are exposed, they are dependent on these drugs, they become dependent, and these families are desperate. And this is causing a real rift in the families. So I know that it is not from one day to the next that we will find a solution, but we should perhaps come back to the basics. What should we do to protect these families, these parents who are making a lot of efforts to raise their children, and who reach a certain stage because of this scourge that is quite present? These children, which have unfortunately been influenced by others, and who, after having been users, they become also drug traffickers. So this is, in fact, this evil that is created by the scourge, which is the proliferation of drugs. I don't have a miracle solution myself, but I don't know if among us we would be able to find some proposals, some suggestions that could perhaps help these families. But we all know that many of these families are suffering, that many families have been destroyed. So, yeah, this is what I wanted to raise with regard to the situation, which is killing young people, but which is also killing families. Thank you very much, Honorable Kirin. This phenomenon of drug abuse is really a major challenge that African families are faced with. And I also believe that in our responses or in our thinking, we should consider this factor, because this is a destructive element that is ripping families apart. I would now like to give the floor to the Honourable of Sierra Leone to intervene very quickly.
Giving me the floor. It's just a short one, a question to the two presenters on disability. That is the new rights now in the issue of disability, which is the issue of autism. It is really issue of concern, and I don't know whether there are research or awareness raising, or if you are working with people with this disability. Thank you.
Okay, so now I'm going to pass the floor to our presenter. I think the subject is very interesting. I would like you to try to wrap up all your answers to all those questions in 5 minutes maximum. Thank you. Who wants to start? Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you very much, Honorable MPs, for your contributions and your questions. So I'll also try by all means to respond to the interventions that were made. Maybe to begin by highlighting that we note the progress that has been made in the various countries represented here. For instance, Mauritius, we have Ghana and Zimbabwe. We note the progress that has been made in making sure that the laws explicitly protect the rights of children. So I think there was an issue of children with disabilities in schools, I think, which is actually one of the challenges that are being faced by children. And when we're looking at children with disabilities, we're not only looking at the infrastructure to say, do we have enough lifts, do we have enough ramps, but we also have to talk about, do we have enough teachers that are trained to cater for the needs of children with disabilities. So I would emphasize that there is a need to ensure that teachers are adequately trained to cater for the needs of children with disabilities. And we should also keep in mind that disabilities is not all about a child on a wheelchair or a child who cannot see. We also have children who have intellectual disabilities in schools that have been really ignored. So in our interventions, we have to make sure that those children are also covered. And the same applies to healthcare facilities or even in the justice system. We have challenges whereby we don't have even sign language interpreters to cater for, child witnesses or victims who have to present their evidence in court. So we also have to make sure that we have trained personnel, be it schools, be it healthcare facilities, be it courts, everywhere. We have to make sure that the voices of children with disabilities are heard. And then just a recommendation to Mauritius again. Like I said, we note the progress made, and the African Committee of Experts would really, really appreciate if the government of Mauritius could submit its report to the Committee on the Implementation of the African Children's Charter, so we can see how we can help each other in ensuring the realization of children's rights. And then there was another issue on what can be done. We have the laws and everything, but what can be done? And I would want to reiterate that, yes, we have good laws on paper, but then enforcement or implementation of those laws, it's a big challenge. So there are a lot of things that can be done. For instance, we have the good laws. There is a need to take a step further and set up institutions to make sure that these laws are adequately implemented. We also need to make sure that there is adequate training, capacity building, and awareness raising, because having laws is one thing, having institutions is one thing, but are the actors aware of what they should do? Are they aware of their roles that they should play in ensuring the protection of children's rights? So there is a need to build the capacity of various actors, especially on the protection of children's rights. The issue of changing behaviors in communities is very key, especially when we're dealing with harmful practices, because in as much as you can have laws, we know that we would have maybe religious leaders who will say, my religion allows me to do this. We also have parents who would say, I have to do this for my family. So we have a long way to go in ensuring that we change the societal attitudes or towards harmful practices against children. And then there was the issue of children responsibilities. I don't know if I got that question correctly, but I also agree that we've been focusing more on children's rights, but children also have a responsibility. So, and to note that the African Children's Charter actually has a provision. Article 31 talks about the responsibilities of the child. And then the African Committee has also taken a step further and developed a general comment on the responsibilities of the child towards the family, towards the nation. So we note that children also have a responsibility towards their families, and that will also go a long way in helping them enjoy their rights. And then the issue of drugs, it's also a prevalent issue when we are looking at state party reports. There is the issue of drugs and substance abuse. So in that case, the recommendation would be for the government to make sure that the victims and survivors of drug and substance abuse receive adequate and psychosocial and medical assistance to be rehabilitated. We also push for the establishment of rehabilitation centers. Like we said, we have children who have become a problem to their parents. So what happens to those children? There is a need to have adequate rehabilitation facilities so that those children can actually be assisted. And then I think another issue when it comes to drug and substance abuse is the enforcement of laws. For instance, we have these good laws. You are not allowed to sell alcohol to a child below 18, but you see those people selling alcohol to those children. So I think there is a need to strengthen enforcement of those laws. And it can even be done by conducting maybe regular inspections. For instance, we have taverns where we know that there is sale of alcohol and these drugs to children. So the government can actually initiate efforts whereby there is regular inspection of those taverns to make sure that the tavern owners are not selling alcohol to children. They're not selling alcohol, drugs to children. And then lastly, there is also a need for stiffer penalties on those who actually sell drugs and alcohol to children, as this will be a deterrent measure to other people who would want to do the same. I think I missed one point on ensuring implementation of laws. There is a need for adequate budgetary allocation. So even if we have these good laws and structures, if we do not allocate adequate resources towards the implementation of those laws, then we are not going anywhere. And we've noted that in most countries, children's issues, they receive it's a very, very little budget. And how do you expect us to make sure that children enjoy their rights if we have little funds that have been allocated? So it's very important. We know the economic situation in Africa, but we urge governments to ensure that there is sufficient budgetary allocation towards implementation of programs that support children's rights. They mentioned the issue of, the issue of sanctions as well. I know that it also impacts the realization of children's rights as it affects budget. So we also push or advocate for the lifting of those sanctions to ensure that we have adequate funds to protect our children. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now I pass the floor to Madame Ruti Nkutumula.
Yes, thank you so much. I would like to respond to a few questions and comments.
Please try to wrap it up.
Yes,
in,
yes.
Maximum 5 minutes.
Okay, so I note that from Mauritius, you did mention about education for even children with disabilities. I would like to say that I think when we talk about education even being free, in most countries, we find that education is free from primary level, but as you go higher, there is need for to have additional cost, and even especially when we talk about children with disabilities, education goes with the additional costs. For instance, we talk about even assistive devices that children with disabilities will require, and that has led many of them withdraw from education. The issue of how do we ensure that we are complying with the acts and legislations that we have. I believe that even with the model law, many African countries have not popularized even the model law itself, and there is need for us to popularize it, but also perhaps mobilize the civil society as well as the organizations of persons with disabilities to come together to do this kind of advocacy, because we really see a tendency whereby all organizations of persons with disabilities are doing themselves the advocacy and not bringing these issues to the mainstream environments. And it is also important that we must be able as Africa to document some of the successes of what we have done, how are other countries successfully implementing. I'll give an example whereby I've had some emails from Zambia, like with the Zambian Federation of the Disabled, asking us how has Malawi managed to have a lot of wins within a small space in terms of disability, including the issues of disability trust funds. And these are some of the things that they are really keen that we want to learn, we want to see how we can even pursue our countries so that they are able to do the same. The issue about stigma and the discrimination, how do we ensure that we are protecting them? I would talk about that as we look at the CEDAW itself is already giving us that opportunity that we must not discriminate. It's removing those kind of things. And so if we are able to take advantage of such laws, something that can help us, but also looking at the issue of self-representation of persons with disability. I would give also an example whereby in Geneva last year, women with disabilities flooded the event, like the interactions that they would have with the committee on CEDAW. For the first time, the committee was very surprised that there were many women with disabilities who have been left behind in most of the times where the committee would really convene. And such influenced the recommendations that went to the government regarding persons with disabilities as compared to the previous years. But also I would take advantage even of the disability commitments that even countries do commit to, because those ones also, for instance, I think the ones in 2018 were even talking about eliminating stigma and discrimination, and such kind of commitments, they highlight what exactly countries can be able to commit, and even having programs and initiatives that would eliminate such, and even going beyond legal frameworks, but also putting actions, for instance, putting leadership positions and even employment opportunities and the programs that will really promote the welfare and the ability of persons with disability. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think last but not least, it will be Professor Sepetla. If you have any final words.
Thank you, Chairperson. I realize that when I started my talk, I may have broken protocol. I called you colleagues, and I hear everyone is honorable. So I just want to note that. But I think I just want to say that I have noted the issues that colleagues have been, the honorable members have been raising. And I think they are of such magnitude that they require really reflection beyond the mere economic. We have to really think beyond economics and try to probe further so that we can begin to, see where are the solutions other than in the economic terrain. I think that's just all I want to say. There were no specific questions for me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think our presenter needs a big round of applause. Huh? Okay, I think we are at the end of our seminar. I would just like to stand up a little bit to stretch my head, my legs. And je vais continuer en français. Hein.
I'm going to continue in English. We have come to the end of our workshop. It was a very inspiring workshop. I think that we talked about the things that happen daily. We talked about the future of our continent. And I would like, on your behalf, thank the experts and partners for their participation in this seminar. I would simply like to note that we had a lot of ladies. They are young, they are passionate, and I think that through our we can encourage them by clapping for them. We also had two gentlemen, Mr. Lufoko, our everyday partner, and Professor Sadepta, who has made us to think above what we usually think, trying to deconstruct our way to see policies and policies. So I'd like them to give them a hand of applause. I would also like to say that PAP cannot, by developing charters or model laws, work in isolation. We need a constructive dialogue with universities, the civil society, the African Union, and all stakeholders that transform our society. And that's what we have tried to do today. And I think that for the stakeholders for those who have been to the civil society and who are now in the political sphere, we know that the political reality is quite different from social and economic realities. And as lawmakers, it is our duty and role to engage dialogue with other partners to take into account the concerns of our people and find the right balance to tackle these concerns. I would also like to simply request all the stakeholders, all the presenters to set their recommendations to the secretarial poll, which with the recommendations from the discussions will be summarized, and it will enable us to start the second phase of this exercise. I would like to thank the chairperson, Karim, from the Health Committee. I'm sorry, not Finance, the Health Committee, who has been with us throughout. And I would also like to invite you to take part tomorrow in this same hall in the workshop that will be led by this committee, and that will talk about traditional medicine. It's the health. the health committee in collaboration with the gender committee. So what is going to happen after that, this workshop? After this workshop, we're going to compile the recommendations and the lessons learned. We're going to make a report and present it to the plenary of the parliament, which will give us its green light to continue reflecting on the family and develop either a protocol or a charter of the African family. But these are processes that are long drawn out. This was the first. The first step is going to take us another year before we really understand all the aspects, before we start developing either a charter or a family protocol. But the discussion in this workshop enabled us to understand that Africa cannot allow itself to be without a charter or protocol on the family, since the family is the smallest citizen cell and the basic cell that on which most Africa will be built. I cannot end without thanking our interpreters for their patience and for the quality of the interpretations that enabled us to have an excellent seminar. So a round of applause for our interpreters. And finally, I would like you to give a special round of applause for Maribebe and its entire team for the work that they have done. I would like to tell her that I'm really grateful, because the efficiency of the committee also depends on the efficiency of the committee club. If we're efficient, it's because she is efficient. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for your support. And I would also like to express my gratitude to you, the participants who have stayed until this point. Thank you for your brilliant participation. I'd like to invite you tomorrow to the workshop on traditional medicine here in this same hall. Thank you very much, and have a good evening. There's coffee, so we can have refreshments before we go away. Thank you very much, and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.